Honourable members, with all due respect to our guests, you would have to sit in silence and observe the proceedings. I am on my knee. No clapping. Thank you very, very much. May I proceed to ask the nominee to tell us briefly about herself. I know her to be Mama, and she is my Mama, so she has the full stamp on her. May you proceed to tell us briefly about yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll seek your permission to acknowledge God for today, to thank my parents for raising me, my relatives who are here, to thank the industry for coming through today. I want to also thank my headmistress from my secondary school, who sent me a message this morning wishing me well. And my other mother who is sitting there, Grace Omabo, Auntie Grace, welcome. I'm the sixth of 8 children born to Patrick and Helen Gomashi of blessed memory. I'm the 5th girl of 6 girls with 2 brothers. My oldest brother is here, and my younger sister is also here. I was born in Burma camp to a military father and a mother who was a teacher, and retired to sell in the Medina market. I have a very checkered history with my primary school. I started at Gonda Barracks, Reki, and through Medina to Kumasi and to Sunyani, and proceeded to St. Louis Secondary School in Kumasi. After failing my first O-level, I had to work for 10 years. And after 10 years, I managed to go to the University of Ghana to do my diploma. I went back to do a degree and went back again to do an MPhil. I've been working since I was probably 17 into 18 years because I had to make some money to continue with my education. So it's at that point that I met people like Grace Omabo, who is seated here, who belong to the Talent Theatre Company. I volunteered in that group for years and had opportunity to perform for NAFTI students who were graduating as filmmakers. I was employed by the National Theatre of Ghana, and I've also worked at the National Commission on Culture. I proceeded to resign from the National Theatre in 2003 to get an MPhil. Whilst I was doing the MPhil, I set up Mama's Kitchen, which was an eatery. I ran that eatery for 10 years. I closed it down in 2016. Before I closed it down in 2013, I was blessed to be nominated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, to be the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture, and Creative Arts. I served in that capacity for 3.5 years, and in 2016, when we lost power, I moved on to re-engage with an NGO that I set up called Values for Life, which I set up to basically give opportunity to young people to unearth their talents and also meet people in the same industry and domains to learn from them. So I managed that too for a little bit, and then that too is in comatose right now because I contested in Ketu South to be the Member of Parliament in 2020. I subsequently won that election and was sworn in as the Member of Parliament for same constituency. I have, by the grace of God, also recently just won the elections again, and I'm representing the good people of Ketu South one more time in this Parliament. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Oh, by the way, I'm a widow with children. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vet you. Very well. Minority Leader want to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, I have something to share with you. When we're vetting you, when we're doing the vetting, some of the guests who come think we take too long or that we overstretch in matters. I will plead with you that your answers, brevity, can help you. If you talk too long, it will lead to more questions being asked you. So I would urge you, pay attention to the questions and proceed. Is that a fair advice?
Leader, totally appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I proceed to give the floor to Roxanne Dafamapo, I am happy that the ranking member and the minority leader is now talking about brevity principle. I believe strongly when he gets to his time to question you, the same principle will be applicable to him. I'm most grateful. Roxanne, you have the floor.
Chairman, may you live long. Ete, you are welcome. And let me congratulate you for catching the president's eye and getting this nomination. You are going to man a very important ministry, tourism, and I know tourism and culture and creative arts. This is a ministry that you had manned before by deputizing for the minister some time ago. Tourism for some brief moments between 1997 to about 2001 was the third highest earner for our country. And that was the time that you were in the thick of affairs in some departments in that area. And I hope that being the arrowhead now, you bring the ministry back to that lofty heights. So you are welcome. Now, one of the key thematic areas regarding this subsector of the economy is a promise by our party now in government to roll out what we call the Black Star experience. Some persons don't really know what that is. Can you use this opportunity to expatiate on that program for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the brief reminder. And once again, I acknowledge His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for the honor once again. So I think that in our country, we admit that our symbol and what we stand for is the Black Star of Africa, given to us by the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. And of course, I'm not a football fan, but we have the Black Stars also. The idea of having the Black Star as the center around which we are going to revolve tourism, culture, and creative arts is in its right place, because across Africa, wherever you go in the world at large also, people acknowledge us as being the Black Star of Africa. The Independence Square is also reflecting that same ideology. The Black Star experience is not an event. It's a culmination of all the things that we have been doing and will do to celebrate and promote our country as a destination for tourism, culture, and creative arts. The ideas around it revolve around what various districts and regions can do themselves to celebrate what is unique to those communities. It is also an opportunity for us to have mainstream culture, and tourism, and creative arts, so that departments, agencies, and ministries will together see what components of their mandate can be hinged to my sector or our sector as creative artists, as cultural activists, as a Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. So it's a broad base of the various ways in which we can look at celebrating our uniqueness as a Black Star of Africa.
Thank you very much, Annie, for that question.
That is so, Chairman. Ete, in my constituency, specifically at Peki, I have some able-bodied, well-skilled young men whose vocation is into carving drums. And they build drums, beautiful drums, that are purchased and exported and all that. They are located at Peki and Yinsu when you are entering Peki from Askuma. Now, I'm pursuing your ministry to, as it were, provide them with a well-developed red stop and artifacts village where they can display their exhibit and display their wares for tourists who are on domestic visitation to our region, to be able to have a one-stop shop to be able to purchase these things. We provided, I've sent the application, I've provided a site plan, land. The chief of Avetile, Togbe Ayim, has provided land for that project. I hope that you consider it and complete it when you are nominated. I hope so.
This is a trap, but Mr. Chairman, I would say that the District Assemblies Act should be reviewed. And as a lawyer, I'll be needing your help on that. The District Assemblies have opportunity to, each of them, develop tourism specifically for their communities. I'll be more than happy to work with them on that, so that the concept of having the Centers for National Culture across the country be revived. And I think that it's an area that has potential of having low-hanging fruits for young people who are talented and creative to take advantage of. So yes, I'll work with you to make that happen. Thank you.
Beautiful. Chairman, finally, I am troubled by, a lot of people don't know that I have a background in tourism training. I'm troubled by the incidence of climate change, which, as it were, affects the management of your nature-based tourist attraction sites. The biomes are depleted by bushfires, and recently the studies have established that galamsey activities are also adversely impacting the nature-based tourism attraction sites. As an arrowhead for the ministry, what programs will you quickly implement to ensure that these attraction sites are not affected by such activities?
Thank you, Chairman. It's a matter that is worrying, considering that I come from the seaside, and you know what climate change and global warming has been doing to our communities along the beaches. So it is not only in the hinterland, but also our country, yes, our country as a whole. The ecotourism is what the world is driving towards, and it's important that we take advantage of it. It will interest you to know, Chairman, that one of the committees that have voluntarily joined is the Climate Change Committee, because I know that it is what can help my specific community. So I share in your concern. I think that education, we cannot leave it in the hands of one sector all of us must be interested in keeping our country clean and promoting ecotourism, and also ourselves being ready to want to live in a clean and healthy environment. So it will be great to be able to work with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and also allied agencies to see how best we can do this together. I know that the World Bank invited me to a couple of meetings back in this, I think between 2013 and 2017 to discuss these things, and I'm willing to go back to them and see how we can take that up. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor. Working with all due respect, I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Yaubwama. Very well. Uma Alasan. Very well. Honorable Shaibu.
Yeah. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations. A well-deserved nomination. You did 3.5 years at the ministry. The last 8 years, you're not sure what has happened there. I have only one question, so I want to compress it. Chairman, I'll do a follow-up anyway. Mole National Park, one that is comparable to those in Kenya, in Uganda, and other places, largely is seen as a site that has been neglected for some time in terms of development. Indeed, it is the only place in Ghana that you will find the animals that you find in East Africa. And yet, very little is said about it, either in the media or in terms of investment into it. A huge potential for growth and for the development of the tourism industry. From there, a few kilometers away from Mole, indeed in Mole Park itself, there is a beautiful waterfall that has not been mentioned. It's called the Opare Waterfalls. A few kilometers from Mole is the Salaga Slave Market, a very important historical site that has also not had the much needed attention. Honorable nominee, give us a fair idea how you plan to tackle these two sites in northern Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As I indicated in my earlier comment to Honorable Roxanne, the Black Star experience is the way to go, which is seeking to encourage districts, municipal assemblies, and what have you, to themselves invest in their own regions as far as their tourism is concerned. The ministry, being a policy-making one, has many agencies under it that will assist them. They are, and you rightly said, I haven't been there in 8 years, but they were equipped with the skilled personnel to help them develop ways in which they can promote and benefit from the tourism potential that they each have in their communities. I agree with you that Mole for years has been on one of the sites, the list of sites that are usually visited by visitors. What they probably need is more investment, and it's an area where our country needs to focus more on, to give more to the sector so we can bring in the required resources that we all agree that we are able to do. So I'll be pushing the agenda for that. and hope that the municipal assemblies, as I indicated, when the MCs are nominated and they pass, to engage them. I started that with Honorable Julius Deborah when he was Minister for Local Government. I sought his permission to meet with the MCs when he met them at Gimpa, to let them know that it's important for them to themselves bring to the ministry what they want us to help them to promote. And so I'll be championing that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
No. I give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, Honorable Jifa Abla Gomashi. I was just reading the report from the Ghana Tourist Authority about cruise tourism. I'm sure you're aware about it. They reported about 9,000 visitors in 2023. 86% of them went to Cape Coast and Sekandi Takoradi area, just about 13% in Tema area. I also found out that there are 2 local companies involved in this business, Sunseekers and Kaya Tours, Sunseekers Tours. I know a lot of Ghanaians will go to Bahamas and Caribbean to undertake these tourist activities. And I've never heard about this before until I read on their website. I believe it's an area you should look into, especially those of us from the forest areas who are afraid of being on a boat or a ship or a cruise liner to explore the beautiful sea. What are you going to do apart from looking into artifacts, trade shows here and there, in some of the untapped areas of tourism and the challenges therein? I want us to explore further some of these areas. And what are some of the new things you'll be introducing, especially with some of the things that I'm reading about? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honorable MP, you're not alone in the fear of water. I was born in Accra and I live in Aflau by the sea, but I'm terrified of water. But it's an area that people have passion for and must be invested in and supported. I have had conversations with some Navy officers. In fact, only 2 days ago, one of them showed me also dolphins in our high waters, which could also be added to this cruise experience. It's an area that is new to me and the ministry. I do not recall our engagement in cruise promotion as Deputy Minister back in the day, but it is an area that has been brought to my attention and the potential seems to be like a very good one. So I will be engaging more on that and seek knowledge and experience from those who have it, so that it can come to the benefit of our country. I think that the untapped opportunities abound, and this is one of them, and I thank you for bringing it up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Jifa, Ghana has not been able to host major international conferences, and that is a source of revenue or income for most of our tourist facilities, the hotels, restaurants, bars, and what have you. And the answer is simple. We don't even have some of the best conferencing facilities here. We can't boast of 1,500 international or standard rooms in this country. We talk too much, but that's a fact. We can't boast of 1,500 top of the range rooms. If you go to Kempinski, I don't think they have more than 300 rooms. Movenpick, they don't have more than 250 rooms. Lancaster, they won't get you more than 250. Where again? Marriott. They can't, let alone conferencing facilities. That will bring a lot of people into this country and engage car rental companies and what have you. Secondly, our room rates, very expensive. So why won't your nationals go to South Africa, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire and co, other countries, and explore? So what advice will you be giving to the finance minister to look into that area and rather bring down some of the taxes in the tourism sector to attract a lot more people and to raise some additional revenue for the country? What is your take on that, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and you have hit the nail right on the head. This is an unending discussion, especially where the hotel rates are concerned. Even hotels that have franchise in other countries, ours tend to be very high comparatively. So I agree with you that the lack of infrastructure to meet the growing demands of the world and our country is there in our faces. Apart from engaging with the Minister for Finance, I think that everybody and anyone listening to me who has the wherewithal to engage with private sector in Ghana, out of Ghana, to ensure that we improve on our infrastructure capacity. You are welcome to engage with me after the vetting, and if I do get your nod, this is an issue that we must deal with. I agree with you that the lack of these facilities indeed take away from what could be revenue for our country. Taxes, taxes, taxes. It has been the cry of the hospitality industry from way back when I used to MC their events, and I was not even in the ministry as deputy minister. I've emceed a lot of programs for this sector, and it is an issue that we must collectively deal with. I overheard the incoming Minister for Finance, Honorable Addo Forson, saying that he has studied this economy so well, and he has a fair idea how he wants to help us as a country restructure it. I'll be tagging along him and lobbying him vigorously. And I know that you are an economic person as well. And since you identify this problem with me, you perhaps would want to join me to have these kinds of conversations with the finance people so they appreciate the enormity of the task ahead. I thank you, Chairman.
Let me congratulate you and wish you the very best. Thank you.
Very grateful.
I now give the floor to Honorable Ritana Odole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, my dear sister. I call her Mama. Mama, oh Mama. And I want to say a big thank you to His Excellency for bringing you into your field. Congratulations, sis. My question, the cultural policy of Ghana was published in 2004 and spells out what has to be done. How are you planning to make it work to improve the fortunes of tourism in Ghana? And what is the role of the Creative Arts Council?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Ritana Odole, MP for Lada Dekotopon. I'm grateful for the kind words. The cultural policy, I have briefing that some work has been done to review it. I think that it has received parliamentary approval, no, not parliamentary, presidential approval is gone to cabinet and I think is out. So they've done some work. I know a couple of the people who have committed their knowledge and expertise in reviewing the cultural policy. It's long overdue, and I'm happy that it's been done. The need for that policy really is, I think, the crux of the matter, because our tourism is hinged on our culture. One of our colleagues just mentioned that if you think of, for example, South Africa, you'll be thinking of safari. But for us, our strength is culture. And it's important that we take a second look at restructuring and realigning the laws that this ministry is going to be working with, make culture strong so tourism can benefit immensely from it. The Centers for National Culture have, over the years, played a huge part in the promotion, preservation, and conservation of our culture. It's been going down, and the revival of this policy document will help us re-strategize and make it better. The Creative Arts agency that has been formed, my understanding before we left office was that it was a multi-purpose vehicle, not an agency, but I see that now it is an agency. When I have the nod, I will take a critical look at the agency and its functions and see how best to make it work with the National Commission on Culture and, of course, the ministry as a whole. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Supplementary? Another substantive question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Mama Tifa Abla-Gomashi, there's one thing that has been baffling my mind as a member of Parliament. As we are aware, MPs come from various parts of the country. And I've been thinking aloud, if it's possible that we can organize tours for members of Parliament during recess, so that at least we can go around the country, know each other's constituencies, and then the tourism potentials there, so that at least when we have visitors from outside the country, we know where to take them. And I want to know if you will consider that when you are giving the nod as the Minister for Tourism. Thank you. And I know, Chairman, I want to congratulate you, and I hope that the agencies within your ministry are going to help you to succeed. Congratulations, sis.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Who am I to reject this beautiful offer, considering especially the fact that to practice what she's preaching, she's one of the few people who has taken the trouble to come to my constituency to see the beach that I've been terrorizing her with. So it's a brilliant idea, and I hope that Mr. Speaker and leadership seated at this table will ensure that we are able to do that. And I'm happy that I'll be more than happy to work with Parliament to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honourable Minority Leader.
Honourable.
All right, so we have to truncate the vetting of Blanji Fagomashi to take you live to the Jubilee House, where President Mahama is swearing in his first 6 appointed ministers who've been approved by Parliament. Let's go to Parliament now and bring you live details.
So, Mr. President, would start with the oath of allegiance.
We start with the oath of allegiance, and when I say I, you fill in with your name, and then you follow as I read. And so the oath of allegiance. I
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
To the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We now move to the oath of a Minister of State, and it follows the same pattern. I, having been appointed Minister of State of the Republic of Ghana,
Minister of State of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I would at all times,
well
and truly serve, the Republic of Ghana, in the office of Minister of State, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established, and that I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times, when required, freely give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matters that shall come to my knowledge
All right, so those were live pictures from the Jubilee House where President Mahama is swearing in his first set of 6 ministers who've been approved by Parliament. Let's go back to Parliament as Ablaji Fagomashi, Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Arts, is being vetted by the Appointments Committee. You saw the Energy Minister, John Abdullahi Jinapo. Dominic Akweretinga Ayene is Attorney General and Minister of Justice. He also governs Kwame Agbuja, Minister for Roads and Highway. Haruna Idrisu is headed to the Education Ministry, and Dr. Kesiel Atso-Forsing as well. He will be headed to the Finance Ministry. The economy largely hinges on the Finance Ministry, so he will be playing a critical role in turning the fortunes of this country around. So those were live pictures from Parliament, from the Jubilee House, because we keep crisscrossing. Don't mind me, but you have the and then other stakeholders at the Jubilee House who are witnessing the swearing in of the 6 ministerial nominees who were approved by Parliament. Pretty shortly, we'll take you back again to Parliament. The minority leader and ranking for the Appointments Committee is asking the nominee questions.
And he will do the presentations. So it's in the same order that I mentioned earlier. Honorable Dr. Kesiel Atso-Forsing, the Minister of Finance, will take his first. Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo will take his turn. Honorable Dominic Akweretinga Ayene, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Honorable Kwame Agbuja, Minister for Roads and Highways. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister for Food and Agriculture. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister for Education. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now the ministers would sign the oath book, and it will be done in the same order that they received the instrument of office. So the first on the list is Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba Afosin, Minister for Finance. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to sign the oath book. Thank you very much. His Excellency will be making some remarks, but before I invite him to do so, let me acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia, and the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Fifi Fiavi Kwete. Welcome. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, distinguished Ministers of State, distinguished staff of the Presidency, national executives of our party, family and friends of the newly sworn-in ministers. Exactly 2 weeks ago, I took the same solemn oath before the people of Ghana that was taken by others before me to assume the leadership of this country as president. During the campaign before the elections, I made a pact with the people of Ghana to nominate ministers to my government within 14 days of being sworn in, and I had every intention of keeping that promise. 14 days after I took the oath of office, which was yesterday, that promise stood fulfilled. I had presented to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament names of 23 sector ministers, 3 ministers of state, and 16 regional ministers for the approval of Parliament. So far, I've named 42 ministers of state and regional ministers to begin the urgent task of resetting our dear country Ghana, which has suffered in recent years from severe crisis in many sectors. As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana. This will make this government Ghana's leanest and I believe most efficient government ever in history. I've just sworn you in the first 6 ministers who are responsible for perhaps the most critical sectors of our national life, especially the economy and the energy sector. In economy, the people of Ghana are looking up to you, Dr. Forson, to reduce inflation and make life more affordable, reduce the cost of living. They're looking up to you to bring our debt level to sustainable, to bring our national debt to sustainable levels. They're looking to you to stabilize our currency, and they're looking to you to rein in the deficit so that we can achieve macroeconomic stability. To you, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. John Abla-Jinapon, Ghanaians are looking for stable and efficient power supply. They are looking to you to accelerate our upstream and downstream petroleum sectors in order that Ghanaians can reap the benefit of the potential that God has given us. They're also looking to you to manage the energy sector debt and be able to remove it as an albatross around the neck of our economy. To you, Mr. Eric Opoku-Agric, Ghanaians are looking for food security and they're looking for cheap and affordable food to fill their stomachs. To you, Mr. Govans Abuja, you probably have one of the most difficult jobs. Everybody in Ghana is complaining about bad roads. You have the duty not only to maintain existing roads, but to provide new roads for smooth transportation. And probably one of the most difficult and complex sectors, and that is education. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu is supposed to work for the people of Ghana to ensure quality education and to ensure that we equip our young people with the skills that they need to go into the world of work. And one of your first responsibilities will be to superintend the National Review Conference on Education, to bring stakeholders together to dialogue on how to improve our educational outcomes. Our Attorney General will be required to reform our justice system to make it fair and transparent to all Ghanaians. You'll also be responsible for holding people accountable and making sure that the sword of justice goes after people who have misappropriated the resources of Ghanaians. One of the major tasks you would have to undertake is to shepherd the National Constitutional Validation Conference in order that we can begin amendment of our Constitution to make it a living document for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, long before the elections, we were aware of the parlous state of our economy, and we made specific pledges to address same. The energy sector is also riddled with many hydra-headed problems, threatening its very survival. Already we've been at work since my first day in office to tackle these problems. Indeed, you elected us to confront and resolve such challenges. As you may all be aware, the previous government did not work to ensure the smooth running of the energy sector by neglecting to arrange enough fuel to power our thermal plants. This was important because of the known scheduled maintenance work that was to take place on the West African gas pipeline, which is responsible for bringing in significant gas for the thermal plants that we have in our Eastern Enclave. Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard. Similar timely interventions have been necessary in areas such as education, where an acute food shortage was a major problem when schools were ordered to reopen on 3rd January. We have put in short-term measures to ensure that our children have adequate food so that they can go ahead with their learning. These are short-term measures and will help to keep our children in school, even as we strategize on streamlining the supply of food to schools and pay off arrears that are owed to schools, some dating from as far back as 2021. Over the weekend, I announced that a committee of eminent legal and governance experts would lead the process for a comprehensive review of the 1992 Constitution, taking into account the work that that was done by previous committees. This will ensure that we refine our constitution to meet the current exigencies and stand the test of time to meet present and future needs. I believe that this effort will be supported by the majority of Ghanaians who yearn for a constitution that is responsive to our modern world. While we were all aware of the country's parlous economic state before the elections, it is important in the spirit of openness and transparency to inform the people of Ghana about the true state of affairs as we inherited it. Therefore, I encourage the ministers, as you assume office, to tell the nation about the state of affairs in your sectors, even while you work tirelessly to lift us out of the current situation. On the part of the Attorney General, as I said, you will be expected to spearhead the much-needed reforms in our judicial system to make it more accessible and beneficial to all, irrespective of their backgrounds. The people of Ghana are desirous of a system that guarantees equal justice for all and nothing more or nothing less. It is quite clear that so much needs to be done in so short a time, and I assure the people of Ghana that this government will rise to the challenge and will reset our country. As I pointed out during my inaugural speech, Ghanaians have, through their votes, declared their intention to demand the highest standards of governance, and we cannot afford to fail them. This naturally puts a burden of responsibility on us, which we must prove equal to. Ghanaians have shown that the days of tolerance for disrespectful gaslighting by government officials are well and truly over. They will take firm action as they deem fit to punish any administration that takes them for granted. I therefore charge you to serve in humility and candor, always remembering that we serve at the pleasure of the Ghanaian people, and that the authority we exercise emanates from them. We must exhibit tolerance for their views and work to meet their aspirations. This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office. Modesty and prudence must be the guiding principle upon which you, myself, and our Vice President fashion our governance. The people of Ghana will hold us accountable for the trust that they have placed in our hands. It cannot be business as usual. We must be transparent and fair in all our dealings. The anti-corruption institutions will be empowered to investigate and deal with any appointee who falls foul of the law. I expect all of you to begin the process of declaring your assets. The Chief of Staff will announce the cutoff date by which time all eligible appointees should have deposited their assets declaration forms with the Auditor General. I wish all of you good luck in your duties, and I pledge to work with you and give you the needed support, myself and Nana Jane, in the interest of working for the Ghanaian people. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
So that was President John Dramani Mahama in that swearing-in ceremony of his first 6 ministers: John Abdullahi Jinapoto, the Energy Ministry; Dr. Kesiel Atufo, Finance Ministry; Dominic Akuritinga Ayene for Attorney General and Minister of Justice; Gavin Kwame Agboja, Roads and Highways; Harry Naidrisi to Education; and Eric Opoku to the Food and Agriculture Ministry. The President charged the Finance Minister to reduce inflation, the Energy Minister to ensure stable and efficient power supply, the Agric Minister to ensure food security, Roads and Highways. He's been tasked to maintain existing roads and provide new roads for transportation. Education, the president agreed that that is one of the most complex sectors. He charged him to ensure quality education, to equip young people with skills for the world of work. Let's head to the Jubilee House again and listen to Minister of Finance, Dr. Kasiel Atofosing.
State. Mr. President, we have been with you throughout your days in opposition. We have witnessed the misgovernance and misrule of the previous administration. We've learned, indeed, that Ghanaians will not tolerate such misgovernance any longer. We've taken a cue from what you've just told us. We want to assure you that we'll serve and serve in such a way to make you the best president in the Fourth Republic. Mr. President, we are also aware of the state of the Ghanaian economy, the state of our energy sector, the state of our justice system, the agriculture sector, and indeed the education sector. We want to assure you that whilst we start work today, we will begin the process to reset the country together with you and your team. We thank you so much for the honor done us and will not let you down. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, the Finance Minister. We are almost at the tail end of this program. At this stage, there will be photo sessions with the President, ministers, invited guests, and other functionaries. There are three categories of pictures that will be taken. The first one would involve the President and the ministers who have been sworn in. The cameramen should move into position even as the President and the ministers pose for them. So please just get them organize that. Yes, a good picture. Yes, so they will take it together as a group. That is the program I have. And then yes, please. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I think the chairs are okay. It's okay. There's no chairs. Okay. Okay. No, we'll come to the family. No, yes, they should have the instruments. Yes, no way. In the individual pictures. In the individual pictures. Elijah's, yes, you take exactly individually. Please remember to take your instruments of office.
All right. The President's first 6 ministers, energy, finance, roads and highways, education, agric, and then the Ministry of Justice. The President has categorically stated that his appointees must start the process of declaring their assets. He's also stated that anti-corruption institutions will be empowered to ensure that accountability is set, and then no appointee of his is engaged in corruption or corruption-related activities. He charged them to serve in humility and candor. The President had also mentioned that they have averted, this particular administration has averted the looming energy crisis. Those were a number of things talked about by President John Dramani Mahama. Let's go back to Parliament as the vetting of Ministerial nominee for the Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts Ministry.
Now you are in office. The youth are very impatient all over, and you can't blame them for their impatience. They need jobs. How would you react to a request by your constituency executives that, come what may, all employment in your sector should have at least 10% from your constituency? How would you react to a request of that by your constituency executives, that they come listing all the sectors in your ministry and tell you that every recruitment give 10% to your constituency, how would you react to them?
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose that they are a part of the population that we have, and it's fair for them to demand their fair share of the national cake and opportunities that avail. It has to be done equitably, that everybody who is a youth, when the opportunities come, gets or takes advantage of it. So I suppose that's the best way to answer your question. Thank you.
Now, you are 18 in Parliament. So far, only 3 of you have made it to the president list. Would you agree with me that the remaining 15 you will now have to share their burden with them?
Yes.
So, in sharing their burden, it means that there are constituency problems. Because you are a minister, you will be privileged. So you will help them in resources, correct?
Chairman, I'll learn how to cross that bridge when I get to it. But I'll be tapping in the experience of those who have gone before me and see how they did it so that I model my steps according to what they have done. Thank you.
Let's come to the mainstream. What has brought you here? What is the tourism policy of your party? What is the tourism policy of your party?
Chairman, the policy is to make tourism, culture, and creative arts a driving force that harnesses the resources of our country, manages it, promotes it, and give it the energy to bring in the required results in terms of revenue. It seeks to employ culture, creative arts to accelerate the benefits of tourism. We have indicated that there's going to be a revamping of the sector, and the beginning of it would be to see how we align properly all the laws that revolve or work for the sector. Some are overlapping now, and so we have to look at that. But the policy will be generally to contribute to the GDP to the best of our ability. We have tabled the Black Star experience as one of the policy areas to see how we can make tourism, as I said before, take center stage in the ministry.
Do you have your NDC manifesto with you?
I have the abridged version.
The bit on tourism.
Yes, I'm here.
Were you part of the preparation of the tourism policy?
I was a part of the. Sorry.
Honestly, were you part of? If you were not part of it, I won't proceed on that. But if you were, I can, because I have very critical questions to ask. I will spare you. If you were not part of the preparation of the policy, just tell me. I'll stay off it. I'm being very honest with you, and I'm not going to surprise you.
And my honest answer is that I was a member of the committee. I did not have enough opportunity to attend meetings, but I'm on the page with them, so I followed up on that. Thank you.
So you did not play an active role in putting this in the enactment of this policy. You did not.
I will agree.
So you would agree with me that it is your first time of having an interface with this policy of your party now in government.
That I will not agree to. Because as I said,
explain. Why?
As I said, we have a page. We've met a couple of times with the committee, and I'm on the page with them. So every task that is given, the reports are on the page, so I read it, so it's not new to me.
So now you have the policy with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, turn to the aspects of the policy on creative arts, specifically, creative arts. Share with us what the creative arts industry should expect from this government.
Mr. Chairman, the page that is here is page 67, and it's very brief. If you permit me to read it. Do I have your permission?
Please do.
So, the next NDC government will create and promote the Black Star experience as Ghana's flagship culture, arts and tourism brand to make Ghana a preferred tourism destination. The Black Star experience will undertake a year-round celebration in all the major entertainment, artistic, and educational disciplines. This will include the celebration of the following: the Pan-African Month, celebrating heritage, history, and diaspora engagement, the Ghana Film Festival and Awards Month, Ghana Music World, Culinary Month, Architecture, Design, Arts and Crafts, Fashion and Textiles Month, Literacy Month. We will also support young digital content creators in developing content that promotes Ghanaian culture. Revive the Creative Arts Fund to provide sustainable financial support for startups and the ailing large, medium and small creative enterprises.
Okay, let's stay there. So, back to it. Revive the Creative Arts Fund to provide sustainable financial support for startups and for ailing large, medium, and small creative enterprises. So let's stay on sustainable, to provide sustainable financial support. How does your party seek to achieve this? How does it intend to achieve this now that you are going to be the main implementer of the policy?
So, from the experience of the NDC when we were in government under, shall I say, President John Dramani Mahama I, we had a fund for the sector. I think that to sustain it, domains will have to assess the fund and make it a revolving one. So whatever you want to champion with the fund that you assess, you should be able to make it have a turnover that is returned for other people to come and also benefit from it.
Good. You see, Honorable, this is an important thing that I want us to take note. You realize that a lot of times these supports come as a social intervention support, and people take it, access it, and will not want to pay back. If you want to pursue, they will remind you of their votes. Let's face reality. Are you sure that practically you can get people to pay back? Are you sure?
I think that we can work at it. Do we have opportunity to recover everything? Probably not, but we could try, because it's the same with, the financial sector. People borrow money from the banks. Do they always pay? They don't always pay, but some do pay. So we have to put in mechanisms that encourage people to return it and probably get rewards for that. So I'm sure that the examples abound in other sectors that we can learn from. How do the banks do it? We can pick from that and leave all out of their books and make it work in our case. Thank you.
So this fund, this creative art fund that you are going to revive, how would you fund it? With your government promising a repeal of the e-levy tax, repealing even taxes at our ports, taking away COVID levy, doing away with a lot of taxes, that is one key promise of your government, to do away with a lot of taxes. Now, this fund would have to be funded. Going there, with the benefits of the manifesto, how is it going to be funded?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the history is there that funding for sectors don't always come from GHOne only. It is the reason why we sought to ratify some conventions from UNESCO, so that it gives us opportunity to tap into the resources that they have as well. So it's not necessarily just GHOne. Chances are you're very resourceful. Chances are even you can say that you'll take a certain part of our domains and support us with funding, which can be used. But I'll hesitate to agree with you that it's only GHOne that is capable of funding, giving us funding for this project. So we are open to the experiences that we have garnered over the years to see how this works. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you see, there are many creative arts Ghanaians watching, listening, okay? They are looking forward to a sustainable source of funding for their survival. I have a lot of these guys in my constituency. You have a lot of them in your constituency. We have a lot of creative arts Ghanaians who are suffering. Now, for you to say that you are going to revive the fund should suggest that you know the status of the fund. Are you able to tell us the status of this fund that you are going to revive?
I am unable to, considering that it's been 8 years. I do not know where we stand with that, but it's one of the things that I have to do as soon as possible to see where it is and where we can take it from here. Thank you.
Can I suggest to you that the best way to sustain this and to make it active, to benefit the industry, will be to ensure a levy that will regularly feed into the fund?
Yes, we do have the tourism levy. It is possible that we can probably add on, but I'll hasten cautiously and rely only on what we already have and see how we work around it and perhaps move forward with it. Thank you.
Can you assure the nation of some timelines? Because you know how our constituents, our citizens, especially the youth, when we make promises to them in our manifesto, on campaign platforms, when we come into office, they become expectant, and legitimately so. What time frame can you give?
It is for that same reason that I would plead with you not to ask me to give you a time frame, because you and I know that our youth are hungry, and when you're not careful, when you make promises that you are not sure of, you set yourself up for failure. What I can assure the youth of this country is that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has indicated his desire to create opportunities for them to thrive, and in so doing, help us build a strong economy for our country. I will put my shoulders to the wheel and assist him to achieve that. Thank you.
The Honourable, at this point, most respectfully, is about policy implementation. No rhetorics, no talk. They are demanding to know when the Creative Arts Fund will now be accessible. They would want to know even how much startups they will get and all. So to generalize will not be doing justice to the issue. I would want you to consider being as practical as possible if you cannot readily commit, but as soon as you get to office, because it's something that you cannot wish away. You agree with that?
Absolutely. I cannot wish it away, but I can be cautious as I go forward and be guarded in promises that I make on this platform. I'm sure that the opportunities will arise when we are sworn in and I take office, that I come back to the committee or on the floor for us to address these issues, but I will not be making promises that I cannot keep. I do not know what's in the kitty, so based on what will I make such promises? So I would plead with Chair to let this slide, because I do not have any promise to make, because as I sit here, it will be, it will not be good for me to make any promises when I have not assumed office. Thank you.
Now, would you know the Ghana Enterprise Agency, former NBSSI? You know about it?
I've heard about it.
We enacted, we gave them a new identity through an enactment in Parliament. Ghana Enterprise Agency. You are aware that they've been disbursing funds to the creative arts industry and traders and all. So I want to find out from you whether you can rely on that agency to support the creative art industry pending the introduction of this your creative arts fund. Because they cannot wait. The youth cannot wait.
It's a suggestion that I will embrace and pursue when I'm given the nod. Thank you.
Similarly, would you want to tap into the Maslock Fund as an interim measure to support the creative art industry as soon as you get a nod, whilst you put your house in order on your own policy?
If it's something that you are sure of and sharing that information with me, I'll gladly go and pursue that. But I do not know the framework within which Maslock disburses its funds. But I will explore it. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you agree with me that your work will require a lot of travel. You agree with me?
To a large extent, yes.
You would agree with me that that would largely take you away from the constituency?
I think that the travels for the minister are not cast in stone. I I also know that you can delegate, and based on the experience that I have, I know that it is possible to have a fine balance between visiting the constituency and the official obligation of the minister. So I'll walk the fine line. Thank you.
When I referred to travels, I wasn't only referring to, when I talked about travel, I wasn't only referring to foreign travels, but I'm saying that I was also referring to local travels across the length and breadth of the country. Are you saying that you will, because of constituency demands, not visit various tourism sites to actually see for yourself the potentials?
Honorable Chair, that is not my suggestion. I will find a fine balance between what is officially my task as a minister of the industry and also my responsibilities to my constituency.
Do you know some of the... You want to ask something?
Honorable members, I believe in a situation like this, our constituents understand. When we fit into a new role, if you are with them every weekend, probably you may not be able to do that, and they perfectly understand.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable nominee, let me know from you how you intend to manage the agencies under you. By the way, how many agencies have you identified as being agencies under your ministry?
Thank you, Chair. We have about 14 of them, 13, 14. But I also do know that a restructuring of the ministry would be important going forward because some responsibilities overlap. But these are things that I'm sure that once the structures are properly set in place, we should be able to address. But for now, I think we have about 13 or 14 of them.
Can you mention a few of them?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Yes. We have the Museums and Monuments Board, the National Theatre of Ghana, the GTA, we have GHOne, we have the Du Bois Memorial Center, we have the Kwame Nkrumah Park, which is part of museums, we have the Centers for National Culture, the National Commission on Culture, the National Theatre, yeah.
So these 13 agencies, the heads of these agencies naturally would be political appointees. You agree with me?
I believe so.
Would you consider members who are qualified from your constituency and the voter region, considering the limited number of people getting opportunity to serve in ministerial appointment, to fill these vacancies?
On merit, yes.
I should take it that in these agencies under your ministry, Ghanaians should not be surprised if you are filling them with members of your constituency on merit.
It would be wrong for me to do that. I think that all Ghanaians will be given the equal opportunities, and the best candidates will take the slots.
I'm not talking about regular employees. I'm talking about the heads, the chief executives, the director general.
Yes.
So you are going to conduct interview for the chief executives, director generals, because you are saying Ghanaians will be given equal opportunity. I want clarity how you facilitate this appointment.
Chair, these are areas of specialized areas. You can't, for the life of me, expect that because you are a constituent and you like me and I like you back, I should automatically put you there because you have applied. If you don't have the competency, it will be difficult for me to put you there. It's based on that I'm suggesting that equal opportunity should be given to those who apply and the best candidate put in the place. I believe that's the best way to go. Thank you.
So, you would agree with me that the peace of this country will materially enhance your success as a tourism minister?
If you kindly come back again, please.
The general peace of Ghana. The general peace of Ghana. Okay, so let me give you a background to it so that you can appreciate what the point I'm trying to make. I spoke to some friends in the industry who are into hotels, and they tell me that before the elections, the bookings they were having were just around 25-30%. But after the elections, the occupancy rates increased. I asked them why. They said, well, because of the fear, these foreigners who were coming in, because of the fear that of the outcome of the elections, the uncertainties and all. So though we're entering into Christmas, they were not willing to come. But immediately we had the elections and they realized that Ghanaians were generally peaceful. They started booking. Right. So you get a background now. You get a background. So I now put the question to you. Do you agree with me that the general peace of Ghana would necessarily enhance your success as a sector minister?
I agree, not only as a sector minister, but as a Ghanaian, for my own safety as well. Thank you.
Very well. So, would you be concerned about violence in the country, post-election violence, wherever it may be occurring? Would you be concerned as a tourism minister?
I'm always concerned, and I don't have to be the minister to be concerned about it. Thank you.
What advice do you have as a tourism minister? What advice do you have for those Ghanaian youth who may be burning party offices, who may be involved in unnecessary violence merely because Mr. President could not appoint people from their communities? What advice do you have for them?
Honorable nominee, I don't think we have any evidence to the effect that Ghanaians are doing such a thing merely because A or B has not been appointed. So if the Honorable Minority Leader has such an evidence, then he can table it.
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you would agree with me that when a new government comes into office, there is general anxiety and expectation for political appointments, generally. You would agree with me?
Yes, to be fair.
You would also agree with me that not all persons will want to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner. You would agree with me?
Well, human behavior, is dependent on each individual. I'm not sure that you yourself would disagree with me. That seems to be the case.
You would also agree with me that for those who are unable to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner and resort to violence, such violence creates a negative impact on the tourism potential of the country?
Well, Mr. Chair, to be fair, people across all disciplines manage their failures differently. Some people are just far losers, and some people manage whatever failures they find better. I would just say that it shouldn't so much be related only to my work, but as a country, we need to be more tolerant of one another. And we need to learn how to do unto others what we want others to do unto us. I think that when we have fellow feeling, that it doesn't matter that I was nominated and you were not nominated, because it's only a matter of time. Thank you.
So, in view of that, and as tourism minister, what would be your advice to the youths who may not want to register their protests in a peaceful manner as a result of such disappointment?
Chair, I'll urge all our youth, regardless of whether it's political or not, that we are in a civilized society. Institutions are available for you to seek redress if you are displeased about a decision that's been made or an action or inaction that has been taken or not taken. That you find the appropriate channel to express your concerns is the way to go. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, on that note, let me congratulate my respected colleague. You know, Mr. Chair, in the political space we operate in, we have moderates and we have extremists. And I want to say this to the nation, that our job as political actors is to move to the center. Whether you of the right-wing ideology or of the left-wing ideology, moving to the center is what matters. Some extremists are of the view that when we get onto this table, we should be at war with you guys, and that we shouldn't even be nice. To those, I say no, that's not the politics of the country. Therefore, knowing who you are, I want to assure you of our support as a minority in the chamber. We'll be very constructive in following your affairs in the ministry. We, however, entertain no doubt that in view of your background, in all you've done for yourself, all that you've achieved in life, which we know, you will not fail the people of Ghana. But be minded that you are joining a government. It's not your personal enterprise. So you have a lot of work to do. I wish you all the best, my mom. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, my leader humbly has breached the brevity principle that he established from the beginning. But nevertheless, let me proceed to recognize the guests behind the nominee. We have Togbi Amenya Fiti, the fifth Paramount Chief of Aflawood Traditional Area. We have Togbi Nyatakpo Saba of Kliko Traditional Area. Togbi Adama Makoso of Soma Traditional Area. Brigadier General Lord Ativon, Professor Ernest Dumont, Miss Maukwenya Yawo Gomashi, Miss Gloria Ofori, Mrs. Grace Aku Adovon, Mr. Dola Gomashi, Nanahima Ajoa Awindo. You are most welcome. I will proceed to thank the nominees sincerely for appearing before the committee, very composed in answering questions. you will hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to thank the industry for coming in their numbers to support me. And of course, my constituency executives and my traditional leaders as well, and my family. Thank you very much for having me. And my colleagues, yes.
Hello there. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for staying here on GHOne television. This has been our continuous coverage of the verdict of ministers designate nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You just saw taking her turn Minister designate for Tourism and Creative Arts, Madam Ablajifa Gomashi, answering a host of questions, including the revival of the Creative Arts Fund, amongst others. So you want to stay with us. Today has been quite a long one, moving you from Parliament to the presidency, also because President John Dramani Mahama has sworn in his first set of ministers, 6 of them, namely ministers for finance, ministers for finance, energy, and minister for education, minister for justice, and the attorney general, minister for roads, and the minister for now I've already mentioned education. We have education, roads, and agriculture. So those are the 6 persons who've been sworn in by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and we've been telling you what he expects from them. To the finance minister, for example, he talks about reducing inflation. To the energy, he talks about stable and efficient power supply. To the agric minister, he talks about food security, which is important. Roads, he talks about maintaining existing roads and providing new ones. On education, he talks about completing certain school structures, quality education, and equipping the young people, and a host of others. Also, he's been talking about the nature of government he wants to run. He talks about being tolerant. He says that his government will be one that will listen to the views of the Ghanaian people, and so his encouragement to every Ghanaian is that we must not hesitate but be open in expressing our views of his government, and he in return will be tolerant of those views. He's also been asking his appointees to serve in humility. He says that he will not tolerate any arrogance from any appointee. He did remind his appointees who were sworn in today that they were given the mandate by the Ghanaian people, and so they must in return offer respect to them. Hopefully we'll be reaching our man on the ground for us, Ibrahim, to tell us more on what to expect. And we know that Emelia Arthur is next to appear before the Appointments Committee, and she is the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture. We've been hearing from players in that industry who want to be involved in decisions that will be made in the agric and fisheries industry. So we wait to see how it will pan out. And also on the floor of Parliament, like I told you earlier, it's been a busy day today. On the floor of Parliament, there were a couple of debates, including the use of the private jet of President Mahama's brother, and the members of the minority were questioning why that would be. We heard from former Defense Minister Dominic Nitugu, who said that the presidential jet is in good condition and urged the president to use it. A lot of you have been reacting on social media, obviously talking about why the former president didn't use it, and why the need for the NPP minority to have that moral right to question President Mahama on why he's using his brother's private jets for travels. So you stay with us here on GH1 News. We'll be bringing you more on this, more analysis, more insights, even as we continue our continuous coverage of the vetting proceeding. Well, Ibrahim is standing by for us in Parliament. It's been quite a long day, Ibrahim. Even as we speak, we know that the plenary is still in session. There are things happening in Parliament. So just quickly run us through what to expect shortly and what you'll be picking on the ground.
Hello.
On the grounds in Parliament, what's happening in the House itself, and what we should expect at the Appointments Committee anytime soon. Well, we seem to have a challenge with IB hearing us. Their apologies for that. We'll try and rectify the line and get his thoughts. If you just joined us, this is our continuous coverage of the vetting of the ministers designate of President John Dramani Mahama. 6 of them have already been approved by the House and have been sworn in this afternoon at the Jubilee House. The ministers for finance. Well, I'm told IB is ready. Let's cross over to him now.
Arts and creative art, and of course that is Abla Jifa Gomashi. A number of issues related to the sector were thrown at her, and she provided her responses. In fact, her vetting brings to an end the third for the day. The woman who has just taken her seat is Madam Emelia Atta. She's Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture. And so today, the committee intends vetting 5 individuals, 3 out of the way, 2 more to go. And so,
the meeting is called to order.
And as you can hear from the chairman, what we've noted about today's exercise is that the nominees are spending largely less than 2 hours, or maximum 2 hours, and then they are dispatched. And that is because the committee has a number of nominees to attend to. Yesterday, the committee could attend to only 1.
Clerk,
2 other nominees were
proceed to administer the oath.
And that has made the number for today quite.
Those standing, please take your seat and let there be order.
And so the chairman for the committee, Bernard Ahiafo, has called the committee to an order. And Madam Emelia Atta will then be administered her oath for the process to start.
Please administer the oath. Go ahead.
Your mic. Come up, please, your microphone. Thank you. I hereby administer the oath. I,
Emelia Arthur,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In 2 minutes, proceed to tell us about yourself.
My name is Emelia Louisa Nanama Kobiaba Tinkata. But my short name is Emelia Arthur. I come from Shama, Apo Shama to be precise. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School for my O-level and Laboni Secondary School for my sixth form. And then I went to University of Science and Technology and I roamed around the world a bit. And then now I am here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed with the vetting. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaobuama. I will then give the floor to the minority leader, Honorable Alexander Afanyo Maki.
Honorable Emelia Arthur, give your full name to this honorable committee one more time.
My name is Emelia Louisa Kobiaba Ama Atinka Arthur, but officially my name is Emelia Arthur. Thank you.
Please, honorable colleague, explain to this committee what you mean by officially your name. You have Emelia Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In all my official documents, my passports, my school certificates, everything is Emelia Arthur. I chose to drop a lot of the other names. Thank you.
Do you have a birth certificate, please?
Yes, I have a birth certificate, and my birth certificate records the name Emelia Arthur.
On your birth certificate, where do you have as your place of birth?
Accra, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee has brought some respected personalities to sit right behind her. These are elders from the region that I have to wear some other glasses to, I don't know whether she doesn't want to be vetted, but these are people that will say in Fantim, the fair one pa. Ashadan has been paying for numbers and which you want. Auntie Emelia, and better your veteran. Maybe so. Maybe I can bravo and painful. A cuckoo dam now what to which you know your mushroom painful. That's one of us. In the impediment, no, direct. A basano. You will believe in me, pants now. Very well. Very well. So, uncles behind her, this is an exercise that is not personal. So, bear with us. Thank you very much. So, Auntie Emelia, you have for your residential address 14 Swanika Street, Abelingpe. Share with us. Rented, private property.
That's my marital home, rented by my husband.
So we are supposed to be neighbors, and we don't know each other. Yes, I've lived on the streets for 23 years. So we would have to find a way of knowing each other. It's unfortunate. So we'll proceed on that. You are not to answer. That's okay.
You want to come to my home?
I'm surprised we don't know that we live close to each other. That's okay. Anyway, your hometown is Shama. Is that where mom comes from, or that's where dad comes from?
Both my mother and my father come from Shama. My mother comes from Ase Kesano, Ekisi, Ebusia, Apo, Shama. My father comes from Abraze, Ebusia, Shama, below the castle, Abekum. That's where my father comes from. So both parents come from Shama. Thank you.
Your guests would want you to leave us as quickly as possible. So please, just brevity, okay? You want to come in now? Okay, if you want. You can see the lights. Honorable Emelia Arthur, I have gone through your CV, and before you took your oath, I had told you that I had read your CV. Before I get into some specifics, share with Ghanaians all that life has taught you. Share with Ghanaians.
Wow. Thank you. Life has taught me a number of things, both from the academic world, from practice, and just from experience, and how life happens to one. So, for example, though my first attempt at representing the people of Shama was 24 years ago, I waited and worked patiently towards it, and 24 years later, I am a member of this House representing the people of Shama. In that period, I can write a book. Academically, after University of Science and Technology, I took an interest in community development because my national service posting took me to a community where there was real poverty that you could actually see and describe poverty. But the 1 year of national service there changed some things for me, after which I decided then not to pursue my line of training, but so I rather go into community development. So I started working with an NGO that was called CEDEP, Center for the Development of People, because I thought that was where change would occur and human dignity could be restored. After a while, I thought, where can this be? So I went into consulting, and I consulted widely for DFID, USAID, for German Development Services. I consulted widely in the hope that I could influence the development organizations, programs for my country, Ghana, and the people of Ghana. And then I asked myself, I'm not sure I'm seeing the change that I want to see. So I asked where the change would be, and I thought it was politics. So in 1998, I returned to full-time political work, still going along with my consultancies. In the process, I was admitted to Yale University as a Yale World Fellow. It was actually structured as a postgraduate program. I've been to India. I did a research, 3-month research at Institute of Applied Manpower Research. All I'm saying is that as Emelia Arthur, life has taken me through local work, communities. Life has taken me through working at regional level, Africa region level, globally, and almost every corner of the world. And that when you wait, good things happen. And that also, when you actually focus on bringing change to people's lives, it might be painful, but then eventually it happens. I am a happy girl that life has brought me where I am today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me say that you have to be brave in your response.
Now, on your CV, page 1, 3I, languages spoken and written. Do you speak Fanti?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
But you have here that you speak English, Twi, and Ga. Would you want to amend your record with the leave of the chair?
Yes, please. I would like to amend it to I speak English, Akan, and Ga.
Thank you very much. Proceed to do the changes.
Why don't you? Why?
It's not a language.
Look, let's educate ourselves. I mean, it's good. It's not. When you say that you. Let's educate ourselves.
Let me take it up with you. Akan, is it a tribe or a language?
I said I can because then I would just shorten it, because then I would say Fanti, I would say Tree, I would say Ekwapim Tree, I would say Asante Tree, but then I can't cover all. But I take your instruction. I'll change it to I speak English, Tree, Fanti, and Ga.
Thank you very much.
So, would you also want to amend your record to reflect that you only speak these languages? I mean the tree. Do you write the tree?
I can write. Please.
Do you write it? Did you study tree? And you can write tree?
I did not study tree, but as a Methodist girl, they taught us fancy reading and writing, fancy Bible, so I can write.
Oh, you can write fancy?
Yes, please.
Can you also write tree?
Yes.
But there's no problem. Let's be very specific, honest answer. For fancy, you say Methodist. Methodist, fancy, that's fine. You can write fancy, can you?
I can, please.
Can you write tree?
Yes, I can write tree.
Very well. I won't belabor. You share a bit of your story. You said 1998 you got into active politics. Tell us, what political party did you join in 1998?
Thank you very much. So prior to 1998, I had been a member of the NDC party, but not working actively. In 1998, when I decided that I wanted to get into where there was real opportunity for change, I investigated the grounds, and there was a movement that was starting within the NDC called the Reform Movement. So I joined the Reform Movement with the hope of bringing some changes within the NDC party. Eventually, Reform Movement became a national reform party, and I joined it fully. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So your entry into active partisan politics was with National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So in the year 2000, were you the candidate for the National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In the year 2004, were you the candidate for the National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What of 2008?
2008, I was not a parliamentary candidate. By 2008, all of us reform had returned to the NDC, and we worked with the NDC party towards winning the 2008 elections.
In 2009, were you given any political appointment?
In 2009, His Excellency Professor John Evansa Mills, may he so rest in peace, appointed me as the District Chief Executive of the Shama District. Thank you.
And you occupied that position for how long?
I occupied that position for 18 months, Mr. Chairman.
What happened thereafter, politically?
They said I was too good for a district, so they took me to the region and made me the Deputy Western Regional Minister. Thank you. And thereafter in 2013, my apologies, sir. And thereafter in 2013, I was appointed to the office of the President when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was President as a presidential staffer. Thank you.
Don't take it personal. I'm just laying a foundation for the next question. Before us now, what are you here for?
I am here as the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
What is the NDC's policy on fisheries?
The NDC's policy on fisheries covers the different aspects of fisheries. Marine fish. Actually, we have capture fisheries and culture fisheries. When we say capture fisheries, we are referring to two types: marine fisheries and inland fisheries. And when we talk about culture fisheries, we are talking about aquaculture. So let me take marine fisheries. Marine fisheries, we have 3 types as well. We have the artisanal, the canoe owners, and we have semi-industrial, and we have industrial. One of the main things that worries the artisanal fishers, particularly those both in marine and inland, is premix. The premix have had problems, management of premix in terms of supply, in terms of how often they get it, in terms of prices. And so NDC is saying that when we assume office, which we have done now, we will improve the premix supply. The other aspect of premix is that landing beach committees are supposed to be set up. The landing beach committees comprise 7 members. The premix, as we all know, is subsidized, but there's a profit margin on it. When the premix is sold, the profit margin of 47% is supposed to go to the premix landing committee. But
Emelia, are you still on policy?
I'm still on policy. Premix policy is what I'm talking about. Can I please go on?
Please go on. But when you are, if you are satisfied with the answer, I can ask her to pause so that you ask another question. Are you satisfied with her answer?
She's not done.
Very well. Go on.
Thank you. So the point is on premix. The policy of premix is to continue premix as is, as was, but especially make it available and on time, and also ensure that profit margin on premix, the 53% particularly that is supposed to go to communities for community development, happens. That's one policy around premix.
We'll stay a bit on premix and then come to the marine fishing thing, some aspect of it. So let's stay here a bit. The premix, you talked about challenges with it, the lack of transparency in the distribution and all. Have you become aware of the solar outboard motors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would you agree with me that in view of the subsidy costs to government, the way to go is to promote the solar outboard motor?
I may not agree with you in total because it's an area that I think we must explore further scientifically. Now, I understand the point you make about the subsidy on premix becoming expensive for government or a burden for government. But if we look at it the other way, if the premix policy is implemented as it's supposed to be, the 53% profit that goes into community development, some build schools, some build chips compounds. If the chips compounds are not built, central government will have to build them anyway. So the money central government will spend to build those development projects are covered by the profits from the premix. So the area of advanced technology, exploring solar and things are areas that I'm open to understand some more and see what is possible. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, do you think that it is still sustainable to subsidize premix fuel in view of your government's policy of repealing taxes and levies and all? You know, there's a little bit of background. The repeal of these levies, these taxes at the ports, your government says that it's going to help importers. They are going to have a good day and they're expectant. The mainstream e-levy is going to go and all, which means that revenue coming in would go down. At the same time, you are going to subsidize premix fuel, and you are a bit hesitant on technology because you think that you have to hasten slowly and all. Do you think that this premix subsidy business is sustainable and that your fisher folks will have these on time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
There came a time that this premix fuel had to be colored. They dropped some color in it so that people will not smuggle it. Were you aware at the time they were having this challenge?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you intend to repeat the same strategy to stop the smuggling?
Mr. Chairman, when I get there, I will explore and find the best means of getting things done properly. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Nominee, I'll give you a background to my question and then put the question to you. In 2015, the then Minister of Finance appeared before the Finance Committee, of which I was a member then, and capped a loan facility that had earlier been procured in somewhere 2011, the famous CDB loan. That CDB loan had a portion for landing beach projects. And the NDC government did some capping. And the capping that was done was to take away landing beach projects out of it. So the 3 billion we're going for, government decided that it was no more pursuing the landing beach projects. Our people call it WAF, bridge, water, etc. They call it by all manner of names. I want to know from you, how you intend to continue the construction of those 14 or so landing beach projects that the new government that inherited the NDC government, I mean the Akufo-Addo government, 2017 to 2025, saw to the construction of 14 landing beach projects. Some have been commissioned, some have not been commissioned. What plans have you, as a sector minister, in ensuring that all these uncompleted landing beach projects are completed?
Thank you very much. We will review the projects as you have mentioned. We will review the sources of funding, where we need to attract more funding, look for more funding. We will find the funding either from GHOne or from our development partners. Thank you.
Well, just for the avoidance of doubt, so that we don't appear hypothetical, Government of Ghana procured full funding for all these projects. In fact, government came to Parliament and Parliament actually approved everything, the commercial agreement, all the loans, all that government needed to do this project, was approved. I'm just giving you the information so you can pursue it. By the way, were you part of the policy on fisheries?
Honorable Leader, is the money still there? the money? Is it still there?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, my question was very clear. We must not have give and take at the head of the table. Government approved a loan. This was a structured facility. The contractor will have to access the fund upon submission of certificate. We all know in this country how construction payment is structured. You do get your certificate and you submit whichever stage you are paid. So it's not a matter of the money is there or not. There's a loan that we procured and same has been disbursed. So let's not go in there. If she says that she would pursue it, that's fine. But I want to know from the honorable nominee on these landing beach projects. It was originally under Transport Ministry. It was originally under the Transport Ministry. There is a new government with its own policy initiatives. Would you be happy to pursue getting the facility and the supervision of these landing beach projects under your ministry?
I think this would be a matter for cabinet discussion.
Now, the NDC manifesto, the policy on fisheries, were you part of the enactment?
No, I wasn't. I was a member of many other committees except that one. Thank you.
So, by the way, do you have the manifesto with you?
I do not have a copy, but I have what we said in the manifesto under fisheries here.
Share with us.
Okay.
The specifics.
Okay. So we said that we will collaborate with landing beach committees and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel. We will establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources.
Of the first point. The first point.
Collaborate with landing beach committees, 350 of them, and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel.
That is a policy?
Yes. And that relates to the automation and other things that we will come out with.
What I want to know is that what you've just read to the committee, is that the policy?
It is what we said we would do, out of which, yes, policy statements can clearly emanate from that. Yes. I'm telling you, reading verbatim to you, what, Mr. Chairman, what the NDC manifesto said we would do under fisheries and aquaculture. So that is one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question is that what you just read out to us, is that a policy? That was my question, respectfully.
Yes.
Please proceed. If that is your policy, proceed.
The next one is establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources. The next one is to enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthened quality assurance, and disease control.
Let's stay there. Let's stay there. So on this third one, how do you hope to implement this?
As we know, aquaculture is extremely important since fisheries provide 60% of protein for Ghanaians, but our marine and inland fish resources are depleting. So we need to enhance aquaculture. Currently, we have, I think we have only 6 or so large aquaculture, 6 large-scale farms, 14 medium-scale, and a lot, 2,300 small-scale aquaculture farmers. So one of the things that we intend to do is to support, attract, direct, facilitate funding for operators of aquaculture farms. Also, one of the very expensive things that affects aquaculture is the feed, because the inputs into feed are imported, and it makes the feed very, very expensive. So linked to and in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, we will look at how to produce, especially maize and soya bean in Ghana, just for the aquaculture subsector of fisheries. We also want to invest into research, especially around disease control, so far as aquaculture is concerned. So these are some of the things that we intend to do to support the growth of aquaculture for jobs and for prosperity, especially for our young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, to the Ghanaian youth listening to you now, this is very assuring. What timelines would you want to provide?
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the House and I'm approved, and it pleases the President to keep me for 4 years, I have 4 years under the President's instruction and direction to implement this. But when I get to the office, then I'll work out the timelines, because I cannot be saying things that I do not have the concrete facts for. Thank you.
Will 3 months be enough for you to work out the timelines?
3 months to work out timeline. Yes, please.
That's fair. Now, you know the poverty levels along our coast. How do you look forward to creating opportunities for women in the area of fishing?
Thank you very much. As we all know, women really dominate the fishery sector. Men own canoes. Some women own canoes as well, but men go fishing, and when they bring the produce, it's the women who take over. They process the fish into the different smoked fish, fried fish, what have you. And sometimes they are faced with the problem of capital funding. And so linked with the establishment of the Women's Development Bank, we are hoping that small loans will be given to the women, the fishmongers, so they improve their work. We are also looking at processing centers. It being in the area of aquaculture, we are looking at perhaps big investment in creating aquaculture farms where there's cold storage, where there's cold vans, where there's easy market. You bring suppliers and buyers together. All of those things are important. Now, one other thing that's extremely important to support women who are into fishing, fishmongers, is actual markets, physical markets. So in my constituency, for example, Shama constituency, there's big postal markets there. And every Tuesday and Friday, they bring their produce there. But the market needs to be rebuilt, like we did Kejitia Market. So if we did that, lots of the women also take their fish to Techiman, for example. So if Techiman markets are rebuilt and things like that, then we are supporting the women so that they become economically much more empowered than they are now, and they support socially as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I shall bring my questions to an end at this point and wish the nominee very well. Thank you very much indeed.
I will now give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and a veteran politician. Congratulations. I want us to go to the European Union's ban on Ghana. I'm sure you know about it, the yellow card. You're aware. Fact is that this ban came about as a result of the illegal, unreported, and unregulated, that's IEU, that's using vessels on the high seas to do some transportation, which is $1 billion business. How strong are you going to be to get us out of this ban in the face of the fact that you have strong fisher communities who are involved in some of these activities? Can we hear from you on this and the steps you're going to take? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you rightfully said, IUU, standing for illegal, unreported, and unregulated activities in fisheries, have earned Ghana a yellow card. Now, EU outlined a number of things that need to be sorted out so that the yellow card will be lifted. It is my understanding that those activities have begun, one of which is to review the law on fisheries, Act 625, and apparently a bill was even brought to the last parliament. As it is now, the bill probably has to be withdrawn and reworked. In the Act 625, the law is quite quiet on inland fisheries and aquaculture. And so I'm told by the Ministry of Fisheries that work has already begun in correcting those things that EU raised. That is one, the law. And then was something they call Minister's Directive. So steps are already underway, and I pledge to move very quickly on addressing the issues to make EU take off the yellow card from Ghana. Because you see, the yellow card is affecting especially the industrial fishers who catch and export tuna, and which brings in a lot of money, nearly $400 million or so to Ghana. So we have to do the right things so that the trade will go on and the foreign exchange too will come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, we have about 550 kilometers of coastline from Aflao to Elubo. We also have a lot of river bodies. You and I know that the river bodies, most of them have been contaminated by illegal activities. Legal mining, mercury, and all those chemicals have been used to the extent that fish from those rivers that we revere so much cannot be eaten. We cannot get the number of fish stock that we used to. What are some of the strategies your ministry is going to put in place, especially with mining in the river bodies, which will be under your control? Obviously, as fisheries and aquaculture, you are not going to focus so much on the sea, but also on our rivers, Opare and Cobra, Densu, Brim, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is one of the issues that would be that will require an intersectoral approach. It would have to be with the Ministry of Fisheries, Environment and Science and Technology, Lands and Natural Resources. It would have to be with even Maritime comes under which ministry? Transport, with Ministry of Transport. It has to be an intersectoral approach, and it has to be that has a cabinet, even task team. Because, like you said, Galamsey has destroyed the water bodies and even entered the sea. I come from the place where River Pra meets the sea, the estuary. When you see what is happening now, it's deadly. So, and I remember His Excellency John Mahama has said that we would like to tackle this issue head on. I am told, I myself belong to a scientific body that are trying to do work in how they can take away the pollution from this river body. So I'm expecting that we will work together with all the other ministries to make this happen so that the aspect that relates to us, particularly aquaculture, we will be able to do it well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, before I go to my next question, I saw in your manifesto the Blue Economic Commission. What is that, please?
Thank you very much. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in broad terms. And so now there is the concept of blue economy, and blue economy refers to sustainably exploiting ocean, sea resources for economic growth, livelihoods, jobs, and what have you. So we want to look at fisheries and aquaculture just beyond just people going to fish, catching fish and selling. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in a broader sense. And blue economy refers to or has many components, and one component is fisheries, the other component is bioprospecting, the other component is mining under the sea and all of those things. Now, what we want to do with fisheries is to set up a blue economic commission that will be working to look at how we situate fishing beyond the narrow sense that we see it now. So we will be establishing the Blue Economic Commission.
Different from the Fisheries Commission, that is a regulator?
Yes, yes. So now the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture has only two agencies, Fisheries Commission and the Premise Secretariat. If this comes on board, then we are going to have a third one called the Blue Economic Commission. And who knows, maybe when it's set up and we begin to go into it, we'll realize that maybe we have to merge or something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't worry, we'll go to the regulation aspect. Let's look at your regulations. Fisheries Commission, you have an enabling act. You have a commissioner, I believe so, and a board. I want you to look at the licensing regime. Madam Martha, you say Ajay, what is Ajay about the question? You don't know the question. You don't worry, don't look at the act. It's just a straightforward question. What steps, some of the steps you are going to take to ensure that the licensing of vessels and operators within your space are done with utmost transparency? Because a lot of Ghanaians do complain that vessel licenses are issued to, I don't want to mention countries, and I want to ask you whether you are going to be fair to Ghanaians other than, I don't know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think the four gentlemen to my left have answered the question for me. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I asked a very important question, and I need an answer from the nominee, not from the praise singers on your left.
Mr. Chairman, we will be fair. We will be equitable. Whoever is deserving of a license, following the due process, will get a license. But also, we will have to see the traffic. If it's too choked, then people will have to wait for later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Arthur, let's do two more and I'm sure you'll be discharged. Let's look at safety. Our children at fish landing sites, river bodies, not going to school. Come on, we've come a long way as a country. We need to get all our kids in school. I'm sure if you go to Abuesi or Abuaze in your area, I know because I did my national service around you, Dabwasi, in 1993. Many years ago, so I know your area very, very well. So yeah, so Honorable Arthur, I know before, so you stand on River Opare, you look and the color has changed. The children at fish landing sites not going to school, putting their lives at risk. Please, tell the country something about what you intend doing to assist.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is true that children who should be in school sometimes are not in school, but it is also a fact that quite a decent number of them go to school. But there are issues relating to education that as a nation we have to look at. When the classroom blocks are not enough, when a classroom that should take 25 takes 100, when one teacher is teaching 5 subjects, then it is difficult to have control over the kids, and the kids run away. When our education curriculum is not structured around what the kids know and do, then they lose interest. So this requires a comprehensive, holistic approach to getting our children who should be in school to be in school. The kid watches his mother who has never been to school smoke fish. The woman who has never been to school knows that if she puts a certain quantity of firewood under a tall stack of fish, they all cook at the same time, not one is burnt. The physicists tell me that is thermodynamics. Why is it that the kid is learning Abbott in school, in physics, and not learning what he or she sees his or her mother do every day and every time? So there are things that we must do to make education interesting for those kids to go to school and stay in school. Also, we have to do scholarship schemes to get them to stay in school and be interested in school. And therefore, I am saying to the whole of Ghana that we will be extremely creative. We will work with different models in different parts of the communities in the coastal districts to get our children interested in school, go to school, and stay in school. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Very good answer. Honorable Arthur, my last question. Very last question. I promise you. I know you to be a firebrand politician. I saw you during the launch of the Reform Party in Legon, a very long time ago. Yes. Then you reformed and you've reformed and you are here. Today you are very sober and we like your composure. What do you want the fisheries sector or subsector and Ghanaians to remember you for? Not forgetting the fact that President Akufo-Addo appointed Afolekwe, a woman, to that ministry. Mrs. Asma, may her soul rest in peace, was there. Gladys Asma, under President Kufuor. Then came the almighty Howard Kumsin, a late Shariaite. And then Howard Kumsin, former MP, Kaswa, Ewutu Senya East. You are taking the seat, God willing. What do you want the country to remember you for? The next year, 2 years, you never know what President Mahama will do, whether to reshuffle you. But between now and when the next reshuffle is done, what do you want us to remember you for, Honorable Arthur? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. That's by the grace of God and the support of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that I, Emelia, was the fisheries minister under whose regime fisheries production went up. and that indigenous knowledge was respected and integrated with scientific knowledge in improving fisheries in this country. And also that it was under me that the long-awaited Fisheries College that we started in 2013 became operational. But you see, the indigenous knowledge part is very important to me because you see, our fishers have knowledge. Some of them have been fishing 12 years, 15 years, 30 years. In fact, when they go to sea, for example, they can see that, in the Nsuwa Kwefutu, Chede on Chi, Wunyanam, and then the Nsuwa Kwado, Okwado no Chede, what to Fawa, Wubinyanam. Why are we not paying attention to that? They were also like stargazers. Our fishermen could follow a star and use a star to navigate like a compass. Of course, today, because of technology, different things are going up there. So you might see something you might think is a star, but it's a capsule hanging in there. But I think that importantly, we have to marry indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge in coming to whatever policies that we bring in the fisheries sector with the sole aim of improving fisheries in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the close and open season.
Thank you very much. May I proceed to recognize the presence of Nana Afokweku II, Chief of Ohiamadwi. Okay. Nana Kofi Bequeen III, Chief of Anto. Nana Kondua V, Abuasi Chief Fisherman. Nana Kobabo III, Queen Mother of Abuasi. Nana Kweja, Chief Fisherman of Mori. Madam Faustina Nelson, Mrs. Sati Okran, Mr. Samuel Kwame Bolu, Miss Daniela Mavis Matthias, Mrs. Beatrice Achampong, then our own Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Isaac Patterson Eshen, John Manoma Kwesen, Delphina Jones Gordon, Patience Sankama Addo, Kirk Mensa, Sisi Kwenu, Nana Bru Butler, Queen Mother of Grabodo Shama Junction, Queen Mother of Nyankrum Shama. Nyankrum Shama, you are welcome.
Yeah, Nana Sambu Butler. Yeah, Nana Sambu Butler. Yeah.
The great nominee, congratulations on your nominations. We thank you so much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions. For now, you are discharged, but you will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Our next and the last nominee for today should get ready to take his seat.
And that's how Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture, Emelia Arthur, concluded her vetting, and it's been quite an interesting one. We've seen what appears to be an expeditious vetting so far today, and she appeared before the committee around 4:30. It's just around the same time now, so in about an hour she's completed her vetting. Well, we don't know what it will look like for the last minister designate in the person of George Opare Addo, who is minister designate for Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. If you have been following the conversation right from the campaign up until the elections and the inauguration of John Dramani Mahama, you would realize that this was a key campaign promise. It's a new ministry that has been created, the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Previously, we had the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but there has been some reassignment and creation of this new one. We wait to see how the nominee will justify the creation of this ministry and the kind of questions that members of the committee will put to him. It will be an interesting one to look forward to. Also, we know that keenly tied into that on development and empowerment has to also do with job creation, even though we know that there is a separate ministry and entity for that. We would expect questions around that and the exact definition of what youth development. Let me take you back to Parliament, where my colleague IB is giving us a quick wrap before the appearance of the final minister designate for the day.
You are actually a veteran. Briefly, what do you make of what just transpired?
Oh yes, we are proud of Emelia. She is brilliantly brilliant, and she has executed perfectly. We are proud, but we shall remember her in our press for her to succeed. On the
introduce yourself because people are watching.
I am Faustina Nelson, a leading member of NDC.
Yes, so that's Madam Faustina Nelson, and of course telling us that she is very proud of the performance put up by Madam Emelia. As I mentioned, today the committee is scheduled to attend to 5 nominees, and as a result, it's been quite rapid and expeditious. And the final nominee to take his seat, and in fact, when he enters, you see he's coming with a large entourage, and that's George Opare Addo, who is in charge of the ministry, or who is going to be in charge of the Ministry for Youth Development. And so very soon he will take his seat. But let me attempt going around to engage some people so far to find out how the exercise has been so far. And so yes, we are in for the very final lap of today's engagement, and the engagement so far has dispatched 4 individuals. And so I have here the Member of Parliament for Iowa, so West Wogon. You're live on GHOne TV, Mr. John Dumelo. First of all, what has been your observation so far?
So far, so good. We were just observing the vetting process properly, and when it's the right time, we would ask the relevant questions.
Now, before this one was a minister who is headed for a sector that you have so much interest in, and I'm not talking about agriculture. I know you have interest in agriculture as well. I'm talking about the creative art sector. What is your assessment of Madam Jifa Gomashi's display?
Well, she answered the questions correctly. Everything that we wanted to hear is what she said, and I have no doubt in my mind that, she's going to excel, and we hope and pray that the next 4 years will be something that will be good for all of us in the creative arts industry.
Are you ready to partner if called upon?
Oh, now is in the hands of my boss, so we did.
Oh, I beg.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're waiting for that.
No.
Magwana says he's waiting for that. No. So that's John Dumelo.
Let's have some order.
Yes, and then of course the meeting has been called to order, and that will have George Opare Addo, the National Youth Organizer for the NDC, take his seat, and then also take his turn as well to answer questions from the table here, the appointments committee, and of course after Pablo is dispensed off, that will mean that the committee's sitting for today will come to an end, and it's expected that the committee will put together its report if today's number, which is 5, is added to that of yesterday, which is 1, that will be 6. And so tomorrow the House is expected to take a report of the Appointments Committee that will deal with the approval or otherwise of 6 of the nominees who have been vetted so far. Mind you, the 6 that were approved yesterday, today showed up at the presidency, and they have taken their oath of office. And as we speak, we have 6 substantive ministers: finance, energy, agric, attorney general, and minister for justice, among many others. Of course, 6 of them, as I mentioned, roads and highways. And of course, already, even before the microphone is open or before he's allowed to take his oath to begin the engagement, he's receiving some funds from the table here, because obviously I've seen Addo Magbana here, and as you just witnessed, we engage John Domelo. There are many other friends of the committee who are members of Parliament who have showed up here to offer their support one way or the other. And yes, so we will hand over to the committee for the very final round of today's exercise.
Please get seated quickly. Clerk of the committee, please proceed to administer the oath.
Crucifix or the Bible? The Bible. So you hold it in your right hand, and then you follow the oath. I hereby administer the oath. I,
George Opare, Addo,
swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But please, if there is anybody here who is not ready to listen to the proceedings in silence, please kindly take leave of us. Kindly take leave of us. Nominee, in 2 minutes, tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is George Opare, Addo. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm an active politician. I'm married with 3 kids. Currently, I serve as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. I am an active Presbyterian. I'm from the Equapim State of GHOne, and I was born in Nima. Briefly, so this is all I think should be of relevance to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All members will proceed, and I'll give the floor to Vincent Koasafwa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee for his appointment, as the Minister for Youth. My question to you is that, as you earlier indicated, you said you are the National Youth Organizer of the NDC.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And so, because of our architecture of our political system, the winner takes all, there seemed to be the belief from young people who are not necessarily aligned to your party, that in the event that the NDC and its Minister of Youth has an opportunity to create jobs for young people, they may not be considered because you are the national youth organizer of the NDC. Can you convince me and the people of Ghana, especially the youth, that you are going to be fair, you are going to be patriotic, and you are going to apply your role or your office justifiably?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, poverty knows no political color. And when His Excellency nominated me, the first statement I put out was that my doors are open for anybody, irrespective of political party, creed, religion, or ethnicity. I am here to serve the good people of Ghana. And as National Youth Organizer of the NEC, that will not limit me, and I want to assure this committee that my doors will be open to every young person who wants to see some development and improvement in his life. The good thing is that, let me quote Elon Musk. He says, "Your education doesn't matter to me. Give me a code and I will employ you." I don't care which political party you belong to. Give me a proposal that will create jobs for young people, and I will work with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Right. Honorable nominee, are you aware of the age bracket as far as the definition of who a youth is with respect to the GHOne definition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Ghana, we use the 15 to 35 rule.
No, I asked a very simple question. I'm saying that, are you aware of the age bracket for GHOne? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member will be a bit specific, because within the GHOne, there are two different definitions and age limits for the youth for age. There is a 15 to 24, and there is a 15 to 35. So I don't know which one the honorable member is referring to.
Let me
because UNESCO puts it differently, and then some other UN organizations also put it differently.
United Nations has a definition for the youth bracket to be from 15 to 24.
That is for UNESCO.
That's okay. The AU Charter also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 29. The National Youth Policy of Ghana also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 35.
That's also correct.
In the event that you have an opportunity to review the National Youth Policy, would you want to have our definition to be in consonance with what the UNESCO and the AU Charter is?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our situation may be slightly different to some of the developed countries around the world. And the challenge may be that whilst in other jurisdictions, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old will be very independent and be able to manage and live on his own. Our economic conditions here are not the same. And so I believe that when our policy formulators decided to settle on the 15 to 35, they knew exactly why they settled on that. Because our socio-economic programs and challenges that confront young people here may be totally different from challenges that confront young people in other jurisdictions. But as it stands now, this is what the law is in Ghana, and I believe we should work with it until such a time that it becomes necessary to change it.
Yes, your last question.
Honorable nominee, the NDC manifesto promises to create sustainable and decent jobs for the youth through strategic partnerships with the private sector, through strategic partnership with the private sector. Can you outline specific policies and timelines for job creation, if you can, and how will you ensure these opportunities reach marginalized youth in rural areas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For any government policy to affect young people directly, we must first be intentional and deliberate. Over the years, we've had a lot of youth policies, but because we've not been deliberate and intentional, we missed out. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has a vision of resetting Ghana. And by resetting, he's not only talking about resetting in terms of building infrastructure or what have you. We first need a mind reset. And for every young person to be productive, we must first appreciate the challenges that comes with it. For instance, let's take the agricultural sector. We talk about our grape not being attractive to young people, but the question we ask ourselves is, have we been able to break down agriculture to the young person to him to appreciate that without agriculture he may not be able to live? Because once his survival is threatened, he may begin to take agriculture seriously before we get into the issues of land tenure systems or what have you. And so we must look broadly at what the challenges are. The NDC promises to create sustainable jobs in our manifesto, and that we are going to do. We are going to create jobs in the green sector. We are going to create jobs within the ICT space. We have spared the AU African Technological Strategic Report. It means that 350 million jobs will be needed from 2025 to 2030. Clearly, if Ghana is not equipped with the right skills, we will lose out. Also, the kind of jobs that exist today, the third aspect is that most of these jobs in the next 5 to 10 years will not be available because of machine learning and machines taking over most of these jobs. So we must equip the Ghanaian youth for the next generation so that they will be able to take advantage and work hard. And most importantly, we also need the private sector. Without the private sector, we will not be able to create all the jobs we are promising to create. So government is willing, the youth ministry is willing to partner with government and create jobs. And we are going to create jobs in various aspects. The other challenge we have is that there are a lot of jobs too out there. But because we've not formalized those jobs, you will meet somebody who works as a bartender and she'll tell you, I don't have a job. The reason is that because no skills training has been given to such a person, and so he in his own little right thinks he doesn't have a job. But when you go deeper and you dig deeper, you realize that even his pay, how much he's being paid every month, is above the minimum wage. So we need to formalize that sector and get the jobs working so that at least we'll be able to create all the sustainable jobs we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, if you...
Thank you. You have a follow-up?
Chairman, mine is just a guide. Honorable nominee, take it easy, relax, pay attention to the question. Brevity is the rule. The whole space is yours. Chairman. Bring down your voice, relax, take it back, and do the needful.
Chairman, you should know that he's not commanding the youth of the NDC here.
I am guided, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Honorable Addo Magbana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Honorable George Opare Addo, accept my compliments on your nomination, and I'm grateful to you for building a very robust youth wing, a youth wing that I am a product of. Today, I'm in Parliament because of the work that we started together in 2018 when I was your deputy, and I'm very happy that President Mahama has decided to appoint you as the first ever Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Now to my question. Having worked with you as your deputy for 4 years, I know you are very passionate about the youth. You are passionate about job creation. You are passionate about youth development. You're passionate about providing opportunities to young people. But in this public space, passion is not enough. With a nation under austerity, looking at the challenges that we are confronted with in our economy, how will you answer to the real questions of public policy implementation as against the challenges in the economy? I'm talking about the funding gaps. How will you raise resources to implement all the beautiful policies contained in the National Youth Manifesto of the NDC?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that when His Excellency President Mahama decided to set up the Ministry for Youth Development, he had a plan and a vision. And so I want to believe strongly that he will make resources available, even though we are under austerity. But that notwithstanding, if this committee graciously gives me the nod, one of the first things I intend to set up is a desk at the ministry that will go around the world and solicit for funding to support initiatives of young people, and that we will pursue aggressively. Thank you.
Any more questions? If you don't have more questions,
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Let me give the floor. You have a follow-up?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The honorable nominee, on the issue of funding and establishing a desk, the Ministry of Youth used to be together with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Now it has been decoupled. You are the first minister designate, or you will be the first minister when you are approved. Do you have any ideas how much, in terms of allocation, is likely to come to your ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I looked at the appropriation bill for last year, the total amount that was allocated to the Ministry of Youth and Sport was about 35 million Ghana cedis. I am yet to sit down with the finance minister and look at how much they intend to put in. But His Excellency the President, because I know how passionate he is about youth issues, I want to strongly believe that they will heavily fund that ministry so that we can help resolve the many challenges that confront the young people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Nana Asafo-Adjei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Let me first and foremost commend the commander of the Youth Army of the NDC. And I want to also congratulate you for your nomination. It's important. My first question, I want to know or understand what your scope of work or what your ministry would be about, because it's a novelty. Normally we've had the Ministry of Youth and Sports together. Now it's been separated. So what will be your scope of work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's look at this scenario. Football is played by 22 players, or it's played between 11 players on both sides. Over the years, our focus as a country has been on the leather ball. The leather ball representing the Ministry of Sports. And then the human beings that play the game, that is the soccer ball, have been left idle. We have not paid deliberate attention to the human beings that make us enjoy the game. What President Mama is seeking to do is being deliberate and intentional in setting up a ministry that will focus its main emphasis on how we can improve, develop, formulate policies that affect young people and see to it that the unemployment challenge and scare that stares at us every day is brought to an end. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a follow-up.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, sorry. I want to understand, how are you going to clearly segregate the youth issues? Because clearly we have youth issues under the Ministry of Health, we have youth issues under Ministry of Education, under various ministries. How are you going to clearly segregate all these ones?
Well, I will allow the question, but treat it as a substantive question instead of a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because issues confronting young people, if not treated well, will become a national security scare for all of us. President Mama, identifying this problem, was very intentional in setting up the youth ministry. It is true, from what the honorable member said, because young people are everywhere, you find our issues scattered across all ministries, yet no proper coordination is done. Over the years, you will hear that there is one issue happening in one ministry, there is one project happening in another ministry, and so there is a lot of duplication of efforts. What the youth ministry seeks to do is to sit in the center and coordinate all these activities, so that we don't have the duplication of efforts that has happened previously, and proper attention is paid to issues confronting young people. We are being intentional, we are being deliberate in our resetting agenda. That is why we have this Ministry for Youth Development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You have one more chance.
Mr. Chairman, so still following up from your response, it means you're going to have the National Youth Authority as a sole agency under your ministry. No, let me finish, because my questions are limited. I want to pack them so that you get it. Now, if you are going to have the National Youth Authority under your ministry, do you intend to create other agencies so you would help coordinate all the issues you are running about us in the youth issues? How are you going to synchronize?
Mr. Chairman, can I answer now? Thank you. The EI that President Mahama issued in establishing the youth ministry puts 6 agencies under the ministry. And so it is not going to be the National Youth Authority alone. Other agencies are going to be there. And I believe the head of civil service together with the chief of staff are working to align those agencies. But the National Youth Authority, because of its acts and its mandate, automatically falls under that ministry. There are some special programs that we promise in our manifesto. And so as and when we begin to roll them out, His Excellency in His wisdom will decide under which agencies that they will fall. But most likely, most of them are youth-related, and I want to strongly believe that those ones will come directly under the purview of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the National Youth Authority was passed by this House. And then you clearly remember, Honorable, is the follow-up.
Are you referring to the National Youth Authority
Act? I'm referring to the National Youth Authority Act, which was passed by this House. We remember or we recall that Honorable Kodo, Honorable Kwashiga went to court to get the court to declare that the 5% which is being given for youth development is null and void. How are you going to raise funds to support?
Hold on. I believe that is not what the Supreme Court judgment said. The Supreme Court judgment interpreted a constitutional provision in relation to what constitutes total revenue. And this has nothing to do with national youth. That's what the decision says in the case of Odo and Koshiga versus Attorney General. So please, if you have another question, proceed to answer. Proceed to ask.
Mr. Chairman, the NDC ran several campaigns, and then under your time, I heard you on radio talking about 133 formula, 101, 102. Can you explain it clearly to the House?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't run any commentary on 1001. If you can be very specific, I'll be able to give you an answer. But from what you are saying, I don't know which ones you are referring to, because we ran a few adverts and we had a few formulas. But
well, Honorable Nominee, you are not entitled to ask questions. Once you say you did not say that, okay, we take that for an answer.
Thank you, Mr.
I will now proceed to give the floor to Nana Osei Ajay. Well, Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. And I want to find out from you, a lot of your party youth went on rampage after the 2024 elections. What do you have to tell them? An example.
Hold it. Please, hold it. Order.
I will give you the evidence. I will give you the evidence.
Order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
And you watch national television.
Honorable Nuruddin.
Mr. Chairman.
If you have the evidence that something happened, and such a thing is coming from the people identified to be NDC youth, please table it for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I will forward to the committee after this. In Northeast region.
Ask another question.
Mr. Nominee, some youths, an example, in the Northeast region,
Allegedly.
in the Northeast region, right after the election, the Regional Coordinating Council was locked by some youth of the NDC. I want to find out from you.
Can you proceed to ask another question? Honorable Nuruddin, ask another question.
Mr. Chairman,
Order. Please, order.
I will not be
Please,
scared.
order.
I will not be scared. I will not be scared.
Honorable member, let there be some order. I don't want to be mentioning names. Please ask another question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, let me help.
Another question. Please ask another. Ask another question.
Mr. Nominee, I want to find out what plans do you have for the youth who are into agriculture in this country? I will not be scared. I will not be scared.
Please proceed to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agriculture is the backbone of every economy. And as such, His Excellency President Mahama has a vision for young people who want to venture into agriculture. I started by saying that it is because we have not made agriculture very attractive. It doesn't entice young people to get into it. And young people don't even appreciate the need why they have to get into agriculture. So we need to sensitize young people on why we need to get into agriculture and also make agriculture very formal and very enticing. We want to start by first, because of our land tenure system, because most people struggle to even acquire lands to go into agriculture. As part of our manifesto promise, we are going to do what we call the land bank systems, so that people who have lands will make their lands available to their district assemblies and then form a land bank. And then if I am a prospective farmer, I go and assess that land. I don't have to pay for the land. But when I finish farming and then I get my produce, some percentage of whatever I get will be given to the landowner, like what we used to have previously called in Obwa in the Akan cultures. We're also going to start the farmer-based service centers. Because if you're a young farmer who wants to get into agriculture, the cost of machinery is so much that you may not be able to procure them on your own. And so you will need some support. Government wants to set up the district mechanization centers or the farming-based centers and procure these equipment, put them at the disposal of the assemblies, and then young people who want to venture into farming can go and have access to it, rent them at very reduced prices, and then they can use it to get into agriculture. We're also going to support with improved seedlings, fertilizers, and every other service that is going to help young people get into agriculture. And so under the watch of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, we are going to empower many more young people, turn their passions into purpose, and develop agriculture in such a way that young people will enjoy themselves doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, my second question has to do with
third one.
The first question wasn't answered. The first question wasn't answered. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nominee, we all know in this country, illegal mining has caused our water bodies a lot of havoc. I want to find out from you what plans that your ministry has about the youth in illegal mining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before you answer, with all due respect, let's observe some decorum. Let there be order so that we can have the opportunity to listen to the question and the answer from the nominee. With all due respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a Ghana we all want. And one of the things we want in the Ghana I want, illegal mining is not part of it. I want to see a Ghana where we do mining in a manner which is sustainable and doesn't degrade the environment in any ways. And I believe that is also the vision of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. And so young people who want to get into mining, first we need a reset of the mind. Until we reset the mind and re-engage them, there is an old way that they've done things, and we must re-engage them to change them from the old ways they've done things. We are going to work together with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to look at sustainable ways of mining. Because I've always said that wherever there is gold and there is poverty, people will find ways and means of getting under the ground to take something out. We must eradicate poverty from the areas we find ourselves. And if we're able to do that effectively, by giving them alternative livelihoods, we may bring an end to the illegal mining menace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Yusuf, former Minister for Youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment, especially being the first Minister for Youth Development, standing alone, because previously we have Minister for Youth and Sports in the various regimes. So I want to congratulate you. Mr. Nominee, my question to you is that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration launched a 10-year youth policy and also its implementation plan. Given that this policy is at the early stage and you are taking over, what do you have to make sure that you implement this youth policy, and how do you intend to address the challenges that may come during the rollout of its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have met the authorities at the NYA and I've taken a brief from them. I intend to work with them on what they have started. I've looked at the policy and I think it's laudable. You don't need to reinvent the wheel when there is something already in motion. And so we'll work with them. The good news is that President Mahama has put issues of youth at the center of his government. And so whatever the challenges are, I'm very rest assured I'll get the needed support from Cabinet to make sure we pursue it and make sure the action plan and the policy framework works effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo roll out a lot of youth initiatives. And these initiatives, like the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan, you have the Youth Start program, you have the YEA, you have National Service, you have National Youth Authority, we have various youth initiatives in most of the ministries, like youth in agriculture. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to avoid duplication? Because every year during budget, most of these ministries will come with budgets for youth programs. If you even take the Ministry of Lands, for example, Lands and Natural Resources, the Alternative Livelihood Program was also a budget separate. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to ensure that the youth of this country get the benefit of the various youth initiatives that we roll out during our time, and making sure that you maintain them and possibly bring in more initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good news is that today there is a Ministry for Youth Development. Previously, it was not like that. It was the Ministry for Youth and Sports. And we all know that issues of youth, because they are scattered, forgive me, Honorable, but once you get into the ministry, the issues become too cumbersome. Your focus just goes on to sports. And sports is easy. What I say is it's not easy in the sense that there are no challenges, but it's a one-stop shop. And so you're able to deal with it. Luckily for us, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has set up a ministry that is going to coordinate all these activities. And so we will not have the duplication, because now information will be shared. And we're going to set up teams that is going to manage. And then there's going to be interagency committee that will look at programs that this agency is doing, and then we'll be able to sync them together so that we don't end up wasting the little scarce resources we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done? Thank you very much.
On this note, I want to wish me well. It is a laudable initiative, especially making sure that we are able to judiciously use the taxpayers' money, and no different agencies doing different things, the same thing in different agencies. So I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm still on my left. I'll give the opportunity to Fred Che, Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Honorable. You have the floor.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. But first, let me congratulate my junior brother for his nomination. Honorable Chair, first, can the nominee tell us
the agencies that are going to be, I know it's been repeated, but I want to ask him to tell us the agencies that are going to be under his ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Youth Employment Agency, the National Youth Authority, the National Service Secretariat, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, which is not an agency yet, but then before you left, there was an act that was being worked on, and so I hope the act will get passed when we take charge. MASLOC, and then the Scholarship Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, next question will be, which of these agencies will you recommend to His Excellency, the President, to merge due to the duplication that is seemingly existing in terms of the functions? As a Minister for the Youth Ministry, which of these agencies will you recommend that we merge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's early days yet. I believe when I take over as Minister, I'll have a proper brief from the various agencies, and then we'll be able to look at it and decide which ones we need to merge and which ones we need to keep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, order. Please, order.
Honorable Chair, the OECD projects that in 26 years, the working population is likely to double in Africa. That means that 1 out of each working population will be found in Africa. Then also we know we have what we call not in education, not in employment, or not in training. With you at the Youth Ministry, how are you going to ensure that you can work with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we prepare our youth to meet this challenge, taking into consideration what we call needs, and also looking at the fact that the working population in Africa is going to double, and also considering the unemployment rate of our current youth in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe that's the last question. That's why it's convoluted.
Thank you.
Listen to the answer first before you decide whether you have a follow-up or not. Because the follow-up must strictly flow from the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our challenge is not just the working class increasing. Our challenge is that there will be no jobs for us or for our population because of the issues of IT and machine learning. And so we need to prepare our youth towards that. By 2030, there will be 230 million jobs that will be needed in the IT space. And that is why His Excellency President Mahama is talking about training 1 million coders. It may sound audacious, but even 1 million coders for the 4 years will not be enough for us to meet the challenges that lies ahead of us. We need to build capacities of our young people. Currently, about, if I'm not mistaken, the NEET population, not in employment, not in training, and not in education, stands at about 12-point-something% of the non-working population. It's a danger. The danger is that these are the group that anybody can fall on. So when we have vigilante groups, because if I have a job, I will not be a gun for hire. You will not even find me to hire me. But if I don't have a job, then I'm available to do anything that anybody asks me to do. And so I am more than willing to liaise with all the relevant agencies to find out how we can reduce that number, train them properly, reset their minds, because most of them are tired. It is not that they fall into the hardcore unemployment bracket, because they have tried severally, they couldn't find jobs. And so they've come to the end of their search and said that I'm not going to do anything anymore. We need to have a mind reset. We need to reorient them. We need to constantly engage that group, because that group is a national security threat. And I am going to work with all the relevant agencies so that we train them, look for opportunities for them, and formalize some of the things they do so that they begin to see it as formal employment, and then we'll be able to get out of some of these cancers.
Thank you very much. Strictly a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. So with respect to training them, that is where there's always a conflict, because we have Ministry of Education that is supposed to be in charge of skilling.
and we also have other agencies that are supposed to be in charge of funds. So if you say training, how are you going to ensure that you don't duplicate what is happening at the Ministry of Education? And you also talked about agencies that you want to collaborate. Definitely, you need to collaborate with agencies to professionalize your youth so that they can be they can have some job. And also, you will need some increased investment to be channeled to this upscaling and professionalization. So how will you ensure that we cannot have this duplication that have bedeviled this country? And how will you also ensure that you can have enough investment channeled towards your ministry so that we can have the teeming youth well prepared for this new job? Because definitely there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be lost, but the amount of jobs that are going to come in will double. So how do you intend to make sure that you don't duplicate what is happening in other ministries? And how will you also ensure that you can get that enough funds or investment to support this professionalization and upscaling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To find funding, you must go look for it. And that is exactly what I will do when I am approved as minister. I will go look for funding wherever there is funding. We will have to knock on every door. We will also appeal to traditional authorities, local individuals, organizations, wherever we can find resources. In other jurisdictions, individuals contribute significantly. People make money and then give them out. We've seen a lot from the Jeff Bezos, the Donald, what's he called? Bill Gates and co. A lot of them. And so we'll reach out to, and in Ghana, there are so many individuals who are capable of doing that. And then we'll write their names in gold in the history of this country that they supported Ghana, did ABCD. And then we'll find funding. We will also collaborate effectively with all the ministries. Luckily for us today, there is a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. And so our task is to coordinate with all the various agencies and ministries. So if education is doing anything, just let us know. So that we also tell you that no, employment is doing the same. So channel these resources into this area. By doing so, with effective collaboration, we'll be able to end the issues of duplication. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of Honorable Habib.
Thank you,
Deputy Whip.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Muhammad Yelga has a follow-up. No. Oh, okay, yes.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, nominee. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee. Your ministry is Ministry for Youth Development. Many a time, majority of violence and other things that happen in the country, youth are involved. Post-election violence. I want to get your view on post-election violence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My ministry is Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment. The Ghana we want requires the active participation of the youth who constitute the majority of the Ghanaian population. Resetting Ghana means total re-engagement, that is reorienting their minds, engaging them, and building for all of us the Ghana that we'll be proud of. Violence has no place in the Ghana I want. And so as minister, I am going to work effectively with the relevant agencies, the young people out there, by finding for them sustainable jobs. If we don't address the challenge of unemployment, we'll always have this issue of violence always staring at us in the face. If I have a job in the morning and you call me to come anywhere and I'm going to work, there is no way I'll follow you there. And so we will tackle aggressively the issue of unemployment. And by doing so, we'll render skills training. We'll try and put everybody who is willing and able to work, so that we'll be able to change the narrative, and then these issues of post-election violence do not continue with us in our space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order. Chairman, I understand the nominee is the current national youth organizer of the NDC.
And then you know or you understand?
Chairman, I'm not NDC. I cannot speak to that fact. What about if he resigned before coming in here? It's a possibility. He could resign before coming for his...
How do you understand something you don't know?
So, Chairman, the nominee, are you still the national youth organizer of the NDC?
Mr. Chairman, I currently remain the national youth organizer of the NDC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Chairman, now that it has been established, let me now ask my question. As national youth organizer of the NDC, what is your message to the youth out there on post-election violence?
This question has been asked and answered, but I will give him the opportunity to repeat the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Violence has no space in national development, and so nobody should subscribe to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, let me just, my last question. You are the national youth organizer of the NDC, and you have been nominated to head the Ministry for Youth Development. It means that youth development, not NDC youth, but youth of the country. When will you resign your position as a national youth organizer so that people will see you as a minister of state, not a minister that for NDC youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the time comes, I will resign. Thank you.
Thank you. We now proceed to Honorable Patrick Boma. Your Boma. I will now give the floor to Minority Leader. Honorable Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Nominee, you've given your name as George Opare Addo, Esquire.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Have you, since birth, had this name and no other name?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a local name, but it's not on any of my certificates, so when I write it, I don't write it. My mother has a pet name she calls me.
Is this a name you have on your birth certificate?
Yes, please. On my birth certificate, it reads George Opare Addo.
Please, you've given your residential address as Maple Avenue, Agboba, Accra, on page 1 of your CV.
That's correct, Mr.
Respectfully, tell this committee how long you've lived at this residential address.
If I am not mistaken, ever since the NDC lost in 2016, because for 8 years I was domiciled in Ekropon when I was MCE. So when I lost, I moved to that address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, respectfully, do I take it that this was a property you acquired yourself, or you rented it, immediately you moved out of government bungalow into it?
Mr. Chairman, it is my own property. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, are you able to tell us whether you have title to this your property?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not at the moment. I'm still working on the title because the area was demarcated, and I'm sure there was a ruling not too long ago on lands in those areas. And so we are still in the issues of resolving the issues of title. Thank you.
Are you aware of the laws of Ghana on property tax?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that.
Have you paid any tax to the state since... Wait, I'm not done. Have you paid any tax to the state since you bought this property?
Mr. Chairman, I did not buy the property. And every year I pay my property rate. The district assembly sends a rate to me and then I pay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me go to the educational background column of your CV, still on page 1. I know for a fact that non-LLB holders who desire to pursue the law program at the Ghana School of Law for some time back had to study for a qualifying certificate in law. On your CV, you state that you are a holder of LLB from GIMPA, and at the same time, you state that you pursued qualifying certificate of law from Ghana School of Law. If it pleases you, would you want Mr. Chairman's leave to amend this record?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. It's a mistake, and I'm sure it was an oversight. So I'll need Mr. Chairman's to amend his leave to amend the CV. Thank you.
So may you take Mr. Chairman's leave to amend your CV and specifically what you would want to amend and do so aloud.
So if it pleases the chair.
Honorable nominee, I realize it's a typo. The P, the professional certificate, is missing.
Certainly.
So you can amend and add it.
Honorable nominee, if you be pleased, may you take chairman's leave to amend the records?
I've already granted leave that you can amend.
A bit confused, if you can help me out.
Well, I noticed that what he's complaining about, QCL, can mean something else. Because the QCL, those who didn't go through law school have the opportunity to do that preliminary law course to get to the professional level. But anybody, those who didn't do LLB from the university, but you have done the LLB, you entered the law school, and you graduated as a professional lawyer. So it should be qualifying professional certificate in law. So I realized that the word professional is missing. So you have the opportunity to put the word professional there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm doing.
So what are you amending? No, he's still not done it. Colleagues, my dear guests, we are here for a serious business. Please bear with us. And Chairman, I think
Mr. Chairman, I have amended the professional certificate of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Roxanne.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I'm surprised about Ranking's approach. It is the practice of committees of parliament that where clerical errors such as this are detected and there are corrections, the corrections are deemed effected consequentially pursuant to the leave sought from the chairman. So it is not the case that the nominee must take pen, make the corrections around the table. The correction is deemed done consequentially pursuant to the leave sought. So the document before each member on this committee is deemed corrected. The members will take pen and do the insertion where appropriate. I think that the ranking member, who is a senior member of this house, knows this. So we plead with him. He should make progress on this matter. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, page 4 of your CV, you have the hobbies: reading, playing football, surfing the internet. Let's go to the second one, playing football. How often or how regular do you play football?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Averagely, once every 2 or 3 weeks, I find myself on the field to play. And I play with a few of the honorable members of this house sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, on the same page, you have references. 2 names are there. I shall first deal with the name Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. I am aware that he earned a PhD from GIMPA. Would you be fair to him to amend your records, which record currently stands at Mr. to Samuel Ofosu Ampofo, PhD? Would you? With the leave of Mr. Chairman?
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, I will make those amendments. Thank you.
All members, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, to take somebody as your referee, to me, means a lot. Share with us how Dr. Ofosu Ampofo has inspired your career.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you indulge me, Honorable Samuel Ofosu Ampofo was instrumental in me coming into mainstream politics. In 2008, he was one of those who identified me and pushed me to become a parliamentary candidate for the NDC in the Opare constituency. In 2009, when His Excellency President John Ivan Satamios of blessed memory nominated me to become District Chief Executive then, he was my regional minister. And then within that same period, he became the local government minister. When I became National Youth Organizer in my first term in 2018, he was my national chairman. And so I have had him in all my space through my political life. And that is how come, for my political experiences, I have learned and garnered a lot from Dr. Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. Thank you.
Who is Richard Addo?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Richard Addo is my big brother and a business mogul in this country. I worked under him in the private sector when I was working within the private space.
The company IGIT Group of Companies, are you a director of that company?
Mr. Chairman, I used to be a director until I joined politics and he cut me out. Thank you.
Since you're a lawyer and some law students would want to know some fact, did you resign as a director?
Yes, I did resign, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have some shares in the company?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have shares in some of my family's businesses.
Honorable nominee, I am only...
They are asking the question with specific reference to a company. So your answer should relate to that specific company.
Mr. Chairman, the name of the company is IGIT Group of Companies. So it is not just one company in question. It's the IGIT Group of Companies. That is why I said I have shares in some of the companies.
All right, so let's do a little exercise there then, since you are. Now, on the IGIT Group of Companies, how many subsidiaries are there?
Mr. Chairman, I may not be able to volunteer that information rightly. I don't have all. I know there are a few companies in there, but I don't know the numbers because the company keeps growing. And because I'm not active in there, I may not be able to answer all the specific questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The IGIT Group of Companies, is it a holding company?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, it was structured. It was one company initially, and then we had other subsidiaries under it. But I left the company a very long time ago. In 2009, when I became Municipal Chief Executive, I ceased working with the organization. But it sits in the family. So occasionally I find out what is happening. And I know I have shares because my shares, I know how shares work. I have not relinquished of my shares and I've not taken them back. But I know that he's added on a few other companies. But as to what the structure is, I have not found myself asking those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee. I don't want us to enter the company law classroom. But your juniors at the bar listening, your seniors and your contemporaries will expect certain answers, because these are very specific matters of law which you and I cannot do anything about it. Is it your case that a group, the name you've provided, AGIC Group of Companies, is not a holding company? Is that your case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's not a holding company.
I didn't hear that.
It is not a holding company, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman, Mr. Addo, once you've told the committee, we are all students of the law, that IJIT Group of Companies has some subsidiaries, and it's trite, that is a holding company with some subsidiaries they're under, with a different structure, directors, shareholders, and different shareholding structure. So don't worry, let's make progress on that. That's it. Yeah.
So that is why, I urge you to please pay attention, so that if we might have to do some corrections, or chairman would always grant you the leave to amend. I understand. We give out things to our secretaries to type for us, and sometimes they make mistakes. So I will move away from there. However, I need you to confirm whether the resignation that you tendered was a resignation to the Registrar General, where the Registrar of Companies, who is a custodian of all these the communications, whether you sent it to the Secretary to process it at the Registrar of Companies.
Mr. Chairman, in 2009, when I resigned, I handed over my resignation, the letter to the then Chief Executive Officer of the company. Thank you.
Now, Honorable nominee, you have indicated membership of bodies and associations. Are you a Freemason?
Yes, I'm a Mason.
Who is your mother?
Amity.
In all difficulties and dangers, in whom do you place your trust?
The Grand Architect of the universe.
To what extent do you assure the Ghanaian youth that this new portfolio given you will be to their benefit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I started by saying that the day His Excellency nominated me, I put out a statement urging every Ghanaian youth to believe in the kind of leadership I bring on board. I am not going to be discriminatory. I'm here to serve the Ghanaian youth, and no other person. Thank you.
CV that you provided you indicated religion, Christian, into brackets, Presbyterian. Tell this committee how active you are in the Presbyterian Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not too active, but I'm a Presbyterian, baptized and confirmed a Presbyterian. Thank you.
How does it go to church that means you are active? No, me, I'm a pagan.
Mr. President,
somebody's a Freemason, so I'm also a pagan.
Has recently told us that perhaps instead of enacting on the family value system, we should rather introduce the Ghanaian value system in our school curriculum. Do you fully support this view by Mr. President?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in full support of what the President has said. Thank you.
So just by way of recap, instead of Parliament enacting a law against this LGBT++, you also share in the view that we don't need the law, but rather from our basic schools, our children must be taught and taught actively.
May I know where the view that we shouldn't pass the law is coming from?
Okay, very well. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, thank you for the question. I didn't want to bore us. Quite recently, when His Excellency had the honor of
Please go ahead.
When the President had the honor of receiving the Catholic clergy, the issue of the LGBT law came to the fore. Mr. President, in responding to the clergy, stated as follows, that one, he is aware that Parliament passed the law. However, since it got some potholes along the way, we already know the Supreme Court issue that came up. It didn't eventually get to the presidency for assent. That to him, a new discussion would have to come up, and possibly the Attorney General owning the bill. That is, it being owned by the states. Then he went further to say that perhaps if the discussion is escalated and we pay attention to introducing our value system in our schools for our children to know what our values are as Ghanaians, perhaps there may be no need to enact. So that's the background. That's the background. Now, having that background, I just want to know from you whether you...
I recognize Roxanne Dafama on point of order.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, gratuitously, I was one of the people who sponsored that legislation. And I listened to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama carefully when he had that engagement. I think the ranking member and the minority leader is misinterpreting and getting the context wrongly in regurgitating what is supposedly is attributable to the president. I think if he wants to make his point, he can make his point firmly without linking it to what the president supposedly said or not. To that extent, I think that he's misinforming the public. He is suggesting that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says that there will be no need to pass that legislation, and that cannot be accurate. With all due respect to the ranking member, that cannot be accurate.
Honourable members, from even the narration of the minority leader, he said the president says the Attorney General may have to own that particular bill. What is the meaning of Attorney General owning a bill that is not going to be passed? Definitely, from his own narration, it means that the bill must be passed, introduced in Parliament by his Attorney General. The bill itself is seeking to promote Ghanaian family value. Therefore, the introduction of that bill in our schools is in tandem with the very bill. So how can the statement be to the effect that he doesn't want that bill to be passed? So please, let's make progress. If you can, minority leader can veer from that point and then we proceed.
Chairman, I've learned that patience answers all. Honorable nominee, there is a school of thought that holds a view that we should enact a law as Parliament to promote proper Ghanaian family value and sexual family values and our sexuality. There is also another school of thought that holds a view that instead of an enactment, we should rather introduce our value system in our school curriculum. Being the minister designate for youth development and empowerment, well aware of the Gen Z thinking and how society has become fluid on a number of these issues, thereby diluting our value system. What option would you have out of these two schools of thought?
Option one, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A law being passed to promote our family values in our schools and also make sure that things are done rightly. So we cannot use Gen Zs as an excuse. The older generation has a responsibility of bringing them up right, and that is what we must do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, if God willing, you get the opportunity to serve in cabinet, do you assure the nation that when this matter comes up and these two schools of thoughts make a presentation, you will reaffirm your position on the enactment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And yes, I've heard you. I appreciate that. The issue of youth unemployment is of concern to all of us. Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that our youth do not take advantage of social intervention opportunities that are often introduced by governments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It cannot entirely be correct that our youth do not take advantage of social interventions introduced by governments. As a country, we've not been very intentional and deliberate about issues confronting young people. And so if we are intentional and deliberate, I believe we will achieve the results. We have paid a lot of lip service to issues that affect young people. And over the years, we have seen a lot of duplications, and so we have not built the right synergies to get the right results that we seek. If we put issues that affect young people at the center and focus and make the information available to them, I believe we'll be able to fix the issue of unemployment that confronts us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I would give you a practical background to the question I want to ask you. I claim your attention. I've been 8 years assemblyman in my 4th term as a member of parliament. The youth of Efutu, that's where I know. So I will use that as an example to lay the foundation and see how you react to it. Will come, they want to be empowered. I'm doing business. I need money. I want taxi, work and pay. Buy me a car. I need industrial machine. Buy me. Do work and pay. I need Prajia. Buy it for me. I'll do work and pay. I need Abubuya. Work and pay. I need Albo Moto for fisheries. Fishing. Buy it for me. I will pay. I need canoe. Buy it for me. I will go fishing and I'll pay. My experience from Efutu is that a lot of these opportunities end up as giveaways rather than the funds being plowed back for us, I will put it, the second batch or another batch. I've spoken or engaged a lot of my colleagues in Parliament. The story is the same all over. First of all, as MC for 8 years, did you have such an experience to the issue so that we can have a national conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was MC, we implemented a Let's Step program. Under Let's Step, I still know some of the people who benefited and are still using the equipment they got under Let's Step in the Equipment of municipality. The challenge is not that our youth are not hardworking or they are not aspirational.
Honorable, with respect, that is not what I've said. Please, I'm careful with the language. Take it easy. Take it easy. I haven't used the word our youth are not aspirational. I have not used the word our youth are not hardworking. If we want to have a national conversation which will solve your problem and my problem and our problem as a political class, let's do so. And I think around this table, the nation has offered us an opportunity as a political class to confront this matter. If we choose to do partisan politics, well, I will leave the jury out there to judge. And you may not have gotten a golden opportunity. So please take it easy and deal with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The approach that some of us have used in resourcing our young people has been wrong. The manner in which we give out some of these items, it becomes giveaways. But if we put them through a program, a regime, and then we mentor them through a certain process, because other organizations are doing it. MasterCard is going through a similar program. Other international organizations are doing similar programs and are elevating poverty and resourcing people and taking them out. So we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to go back to these organizations and find out how they are doing it and why they are getting it right. And then we need to take out the politics. Fortunately for us, because we are politicians, we tend to look at our people first. And so we don't end up giving resources to people who genuinely deserve it. And that is what we must first check. Let's take out the partisan politics, and then let's begin to see the young people of this country as young people irrespective of which party they belong to. And let's listen to them. Let's put them in some incubators, build them, resource them, and we may get some coming out well. You may not score 100%, but with the right approach, right incentives, you may get a lot of them turning out right and then fixing this problem that confronts all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, I appreciate your answer. That will be a happy one for a good theorist. But you and I know, as National Youth Organizer, your constituency youth organizers are expectant. Your regional youth organizers are expectant. The many youths who during the campaign took pictures with you are going to show you pictures that they were there with you. I agree with you that the approach by politicians could be a factor. But can we really detach from this? And can you assure the nation, including your own party members, that all social intervention opportunities aimed at empowering them, aimed at empowering the Ghanaian youth, will not be based on party lines, and that it will not be freebies. They would have to pay back to allow for another batch to benefit.
Mr. Chairman, I give assurances of the highest order. Thank you.
Now, I will lay a foundation on this same youth empowerment thing. You know, because I've been part of the District Assembly concept for a long time, I know this as a fact. President Rawlings, blessed memory, introduced this poverty alleviation intervention program. Many people got loans. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Kufuor introduced Maslock. Many people got the funds. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Professor Mills of blessed memory continue the Maslock and even further introduce some empowerment programs to support the youth. People did not pay. It became a cost to the state. President Mahama, in his first term, continued. I remember State of the Nation address, some youth intervention programs. In 2017, when Akufo-Addo came into office, the records at Maslock was to the fact that a lot of people took the funds, did not do what they did. In MPP, 8 years, same thing happened. They didn't pay. You've come in. Once again, share with us, with timelines, when you intend to introduce a system to change the psyche of our youth, to the effect that when it comes from a political source, please pay. Because if you don't pay, it becomes a cost to the state, and there will be nothing more left for your brother or your sister who is yet to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish I could share with you timelines, but it is not feasible at this stage. I know what the problem is, we all know what the problem is, but we need to sit down with the state actors and have a thorough understanding of what the problem is. When that is done, I'll be able to tell this committee at a later date how long it's going to take us to fix the problem you are referring to. Thank you.
Honorable colleague, do you have your own youth agenda as you go into the ministry?
My vision sits with that of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
What is that vision? Share with us your vision on youth development and empowerment.
It's to build a merit-based society, a society where opportunities avail themselves to every young person, where we will empower them for them to take up the challenges of national development that awaits all of us. Thank you.
My worthy brother, I know you would have challenges. It's not easy, but with God on your side, I know it shall be well. It's not easy. I wish you well, and I pray that you are able to implement this great vision of yours. Thank you so much indeed for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order. I will now turn to my right and take a question from Honorable Ayaraga.
Nominee, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. You were asked a lot of questions about the fact that the other sectors that we have, say education, healthcare, housing, agriculture, they all equally pertain to the welfare of the youth. Their training, education, skills development, their economic conditions, health, and etc. And I see that you were pressed to define how you will coordinate activities across sectors. My question is, as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, you will get to sit in cabinet. Even if you are not a cabinet minister, you will get to sit in cabinet, where all these policies in these different sectors will be developed, approved. As Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, do you see an opportunity to advocate across sectors to ensure that every ministry sector, policies, programs, whatever it is that they are developing, even financing, that they make adequate provision for the youth of this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe rightly so. That should be the norm because of the challenges that we are all confronted with, the issue of youth unemployment and the danger that awaits all of us if we don't deal with it. President Mahama, recognizing this, has set up this ministry so that we'll be able to add our voices and coordinate the activities of all the various ministries to help solve this challenge that confronts us. So rightly so, that will be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You went around the country, you campaigned very hard, you sold the agenda of the NDC to the youth. They bought into it and they voted NDC into office. And for the first time, President John Dramani Mahama, in an unprecedented fashion, has set up a special ministry to focus on the welfare of the youth. How would you grade President John Dramani Mahama in terms of his commitment to the welfare of the youth?
Order. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to commend President Mahama for what he's done. When we opened the National Youth Secretariat, he made a commitment to the young people of this country that when given the nod to lead again, he was going to set up a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. That promise he has fulfilled. He also promised that he's going to empower and appoint a lot of young people into his cabinet. I believe the list that has come, we've seen a lot of youthful faces. And so we commend President Mahama. On behalf of the Ghanaian youth, we commend President Mahama for giving us this opportunity, and we assure him we won't let him down. Thank you.
My last question. With the creation of this youth development and empowerment, and you know the word empowerment is itself very powerful, do you see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the welfare and progress of the youth of this country?
Leadership, they say, is a cause. What follows are the effects of it. President Mahama has shown leadership, and I believe with his 4 years, the Ghanaian youth will set well. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable John Dumelo. Please, order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations once again. And I also want to say thank you for all the good work you did in Ayawa SOS GHOne. For me to become MP. My question is simple. I don't know if it happens in other constituencies, but when you come to Ayawa West, you have airport traffic lights, Shiashi, Oponglo, and in recent times, the ANC area. You have a lot of street guys there, the young guys, and sometimes they do bother a lot of motorists in traffic. My first question is there any plan for them so that they can stop what they are doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of those people you find there are children. And so I'll have to liaise with the Minister for Gender and Children Protection to look for a comprehensive plan and program to enroll these people in. But I assure you that we will do something about it. It's becoming a menace and it must be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. My second and last question. You did touch on agric, but as a proud farmer myself,
I would want you to just elaborate something on agribusiness. That is adding value to what we, the farmers, produce. You did talk about, farmers and the help you give to farmers. What about those who want to add value? What about those who want to set up their small industries so that they can all add something to the value chain? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the manifesto of the NDC, we have a program that seeks to support young people, young entrepreneurs who want to venture into agri-business. Apart from that, we are also going to pursue an aggressive program where Ghanaian products can be marketed abroad internationally to the international markets. And so we'll be liaising with the Ministry of Trade and all the relevant agencies. And we'll also be helping young people set up cooperatives. And we are going to set up a fund that is going to support young people who want to venture into agriculture. It is all stated in the manifesto. And so once it rolls out, we will help support, because we cannot continue with the post-harvest losses. It must come to an end somehow, some way. And that we intend to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do for you.
Do for you too.
Any further question? I will now give the floor to Honorable Zuera Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and congratulations, my brother, my friend, my in-law.
Thank you.
And I call you Pablo. Please indulge me, Chairman. I just want to say congratulations to you.
Thank you, Hajia.
And wish you well. You and I have worked successfully on 3 projects, and all have been very successful. I trust you. I believe in your capabilities. And I know that you are going to meet the aspirations of the youth of this country. The youth of Salaga South are upbeat. The youth of Ghana are upbeat. And I know you are going to deliver. May Allah be with you. Thank you.
All members, I will recognize Patrick Boama. He promised to be very brief.
Very brief. Very, very brief. Congratulations, youth leader.
Thank you.
I know you are very energetic, and the youth of the country, not the NDC youth, are upbeat to see how you deliver your new portfolio. But let's do some mathematics. I went through your manifesto. That's the blueprint of your campaign. And realize, I think it's paragraph 5.5, that's where it starts. It's page 156 of 200. Yeah.
Honourable members, I believe strongly our brothers from the other side are in love with our manifesto.
Chairman, tells you how serious we are, not wanting to let anybody slip through. Under your Ejumara program, do you have it there, Pablo? Or you've chewed it?
We had the youth manifesto. The Ejumara project is also in it, and then we found space in the main manifesto. So
that's right.
I'm able to speak to it.
I can tell from that paragraph that you are telling the good people of this country, your microphone please, that you'll be creating 10,000 jobs annually in that particular program. Given the fact that we have 276 constituencies. I don't know, if you have a calculator, let us know how many jobs you'll be creating in each constituency under that program. I did my mathematics, but I want you to tell the committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In terms of constituencies, I will not be able to give a figure.
Oh, 276 constituencies.
No, if you indulge me.
We are 276.
If you indulge me. If you indulge me. The reason is that the urban areas have more people than the rural communities. The migration into the urban areas is one thing we should also consider in looking at this problem and creating of jobs. Currently, with our population, about 60.5% of our total population are within the urban areas. And so if I intend to speak to constituencies, I may end up leaving out some because of where the numbers are. But we intend to create jobs. And you see, I've always said that there are a lot of jobs in the system. Unfortunately, we've not formalized them. Let's take Accra, for instance. There are about 200,000 middle-level income households. And in each of these households, you will find a domestic worker in that house. We pay them an average between 1,000 and 2,000 cedis. Yes. Some earn as much as 2,000, yes. The minimum wage is 18 cedis, 50 pesos or so. It comes up to about 820 cedis or so. But when you meet this person who works domestically, you tell him he's unemployed. It is because he needs a reset. And so we must reset them to appreciate what they do. And then scale them up and add value to what they do. Because in other jurisdictions, we live in this country and people bring in domestic workers from from the Philippines and employ them. But we can do same. Let me give you another example. The National Service Scheme is doing something that we are not paying attention to. It's called accounting aid. We train over 3,000, 4,000 accountants every year. They come out of school and can't find jobs. Yet a lot of our mothers who own our shops in Makola, Kantamanto, have no basic knowledge of bookkeeping. Deploying these people to even go help them manage their books. And per the records I saw, in one area, one shop, one person lost almost 200 and something thousand worth of goods because all the goods had expired. She was just buying and not checking and taking stock. And so imagine we deploy all these young people and then set them up, give them the right training, and then ask them to go out there and help with basic bookkeeping skills for these organizations out there. A lot of jobs will be created in the ICT space. In the ICT space. That is what is driving the world today. If we put special emphasis on training and embarking on this 1 million coders program, you'll be amazed how many young people who will be able to set up. Because today, creating and opening of a business is not brick and mortar anymore. With your laptop in the comfort of your bedroom, you can work anywhere in this world. Business process outsourcing is happening. Call centers are happening all around the world. Knowledge process outsourcing. People with the technical know-how sitting in Accra on Zooms and then lecturing and imparting knowledge around the world. And so it is how we look at it and how we intend to fix this problem. And I assure you, Honorable Patrick Wama, we will get Ghana working again. Thank you.
So, thanks for the lecture, but my question was not, you intend putting together a formula based on the size of districts and constituencies to share these 10,000 jobs. That's my understanding. But it took me to another level. But I've gone through it. I know you have digital literacy, access, youth and skills development, youth participation in entrepreneurship, and what have you. I also saw that you want to establish a youth entrepreneurship micro scheme, institution, with a seed capital of 750 million Ghana cedis. We are under an IMF program. Your Minister of Finance was here, seated where you are, trying to cut down waste, trying to find innovative ways of raising revenue. 750 million Ghana cedis is about $46 million US. How can you convince Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen, who is seeking additional financing from the IMF and World Bank, to put in money into this credit scheme, not believing in the repayment of the credit that you intend to give out, which is a very good idea, but you and I know that it's not easy going after people who owe. How can you convince this committee that Dr. Forsen will put in so much into this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where Ghana sits today, if you look at the data and you appreciate the challenge of youth unemployment, 14.8% of our population are unemployed. Out of that 14, 7.3 million Ghanaians are within vulnerable employment, and 1.2 million Ghanaians are within the not in training, not in education, and not in employment. This is a national security threat, and issues of national security should be treated seriously. I believe strongly that when we pitch with the Honorable Minister for Finance and we put forward a good proposal and we decouple this fund from the usual strings of politics attached to it, and what we seek to do with this fund, the vision is clear and there is a clear understanding, I believe strongly that he will buy into it and help us find the necessary funding to fund it. We will also have to look elsewhere internationally to find funding for this. And so there are issues affecting young people, and because of the digital space we find ourselves in, there is a lot of funding out there. We will take advantage of it, go out there, seek that support, and get funding to come and roll out this program, because it will help change and re-employ our young people. Thank you.
And just a follow-up, I know the Green Army is right behind you. Very up.
All members, please, we are in Parliament. Committee sittings is the same as parliamentary sitting. So what you have just done is out of order. We don't do it in Parliament. So if you do that again, I'll be compelled to cite you for contempt. And we'll send you to a privileges committee.
Chairman, and you'll be the same person to represent them there, since they have right to counsel. So, Mr. Addo, my good friend, my last question. You are very honest in your presentation that you give effect to the National Service Act, which was passed under President Akufo-Addo and the MPP administration. Which aspects of the Act will you be giving effect to enable you realize your dreams as a minister for youth empowerment, youth development and empowerment? On that note, I wish you the very best and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the acts. I have also looked at the national policy. There are a lot of good programs in there. I met the outgoing Director General, and after the brief, I assured him that I'm not the appointing authority, but whoever goes to sit in that chair as the National Service Director General, I will try and put the two of them in touch, so that all the knowledge he has, because he's very knowledgeable when I engaged him, all the knowledge he has.
Osesibe entry, Doctor.
Yes, Dr. Osesibe entry, very knowledgeable. All the knowledge he has, he can share with whoever comes to sit in that chair. Because I believe that if power changes hands, whatever is good must be carried upon. And I've seen a lot of good things in the Act, and I assure this committee that we will work with it and give it the necessary effect that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Advocate Regan.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My good brother, Honorable George Opare, a.k.a. Pablo, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have no doubt in my mind. First of all, it's going to be a brief question, because we've been here for a while, and I think almost all the questions have been exhausted. And but rightly so, because of the position you are going to occupy. Youth unemployment is the biggest economic problem this country is facing, apart from our debt. So we want to make sure that the gentleman we are sending there who knows so well about youth will be able to, do the job. My specific question is that when, not if, you get a nod to become the minister responsible for the youth and the youth development and empowerment. Very powerful post. What will be your grand plan, very briefly, about women development? You have Women's Bank coming up, but that is just a tool in the grand scheme of women's development. Just a very simple, grand plan to that you'll be able to, bring on board. Now, I just want to congratulate you. As I said, I have no doubt that you do a good job. The only thing I want to say to you is that up Santa Claus, stand up to honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive us, Mr. Chairman.
Noisy boy.
Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate. If you want the largest collection of gentlemen, you find them in Addo College. Thank you. If you look at the data, women unemployment is high. It stands at about 60.2 or so percent. And so we need to look at it from a different perspective entirely. I will need to sit down with the minister responsible for gender and social protection and then come out with a workable plan, one that is feasible. We have a lot of programs we'll be running under the manifesto, the National Apprenticeship Program, the 1 million coders program, but we must do something deliberate for women, and we must be very intentional about it. And I want to assure this committee that given the nod, we will do that to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your endurance. I will now proceed to recognize the following people. Aina Garba, a spouse of the nominee. Ohiniba SB Addo, nominee's father. Faustina Labi, the nominee's mother. Richard Yao Addo, brother. Reverend Francis Entry, Reverend Obuafo, Ose Adeayo, Kwesi Ekufu, Obuafo, okay, thank you. Ose Adeayo, Kwesi Ekufu, Ekwapim Hini, Nana Ansasa Sraku III, Mampi Hini and Chidom Hini of Akuapim State. Nana Otubo Jankwesi, Eburi Hini and Adonti Hini of Akuapim State. Osudumja, Osuodumja, Otutu Ababio, Edukrom Hini and Mamfi Hini of Akuapim State. Osajifo Ampim Anye Wenchi Hini, Ochechekro Kwamisachi Ababio, Abotachi Hini and Akuapim Asoso Hini. Forgive me if I don't pronounce the word correctly. Emmanuel Okai Minta, National Youth Committee Chairman. Order. Harry Entry Kakari, Special Aid. Alahaji Farian Alasan, renowned banker. Reverend Philip Makoni Doji, head pastor, Charisma House Chapel, Ghana. Abubakar Nutu Rahman, Esquire, lawyer. Osahini Boafo Ansa III, Krontihini Ekwapim. Awo Korama Nifahima Edukrom. Last on the list is Adissadel Old Boys Association. Santa 1999.
Hello. All right, now you can sit down.
Our members, I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee, answering questions vociferously as a lawyer.
Well, as
you are hereby discharged, and surely you hear from the committee.
Well, so that is a wrap for the day. The very final nominee, George Opare Addo, who is Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, who has just concluded his vetting, and that means that today's exercise has officially come to an end. In fact, the number of young people you see here and the noise is nowhere closer to those who are unable to access this inner perimeter and then be party to today's exercise. There are many more young people outside there who... So let me engage briefly this lady who has worked closely with George Opare Addo. She's actually the Deputy National Youth Organizer for the NDC. You are live on GHOne TV. What do you make of what Pablo just did?
It's been a beautiful evening, very inspiring, and we are all hopeful and very enthusiastic about his regime. We know that he...
Yes, you can go. Yes, you can go.
Yeah, so we know. I have personally, like you said, I have worked with Pablo George Opare Addo for 8 years as his deputy, directly under him and under his supervision. And we know, prior to his regime, that the state of the National Youth Wing and what it meant to everybody within the NDC and even outside the NDC. Today, he has been able to elevate the image of the NDC's youth wing so much so good that everybody wants to be associated with the National Youth Wing of the NDC. In fact, the people have had cause to even criticize our opponents or our friends on the other side, their national, youth organizers, their national youth leadership and all of that, using us as an example to encourage them to up their game. So I will say that everywhere Pablo has been, there has always been excellence, distinction, and I know that where His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has put him is not going to be an exception to the rule. He is going to manifest his skills, he's going to manifest his knowledge, he's going to involve everybody and all the technical knowledge and all the know-hows and everybody who has something to contribute. I know that he's going to involve all of them, and we'll all come to the table and make Ghana great, reset this country and put it on the pedestal that we can all be proud of.
How important is it that he gets it right? You can see the youth charge behind you, unemployment. How important and critical is it that he gets it right?
In fact, I think you have used the right word, critical. Where we are as a country, we are on the verge of either surviving or either collapsing. And as a matter of urgency, we must do something drastic to ensure the stability, the peace and cohesion that we have in this country as a people. And if we are going to achieve that in a manner that we want and we all can be proud of, then we must have a Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment who knows the job, who knows how to go about the job, who among all the critical issues will focus so much attention on job creation, employment, giving decent, meaningful employment to people. It's not going to be the normal ad hoc, NAPCO sort of thing where people are just employed shabbily into the system, given some pennies, and after some few years, they are asked to go and stay home. That is definitely not sustainable. So we are talking about decent, sustainable jobs where Ghanaian youth can be proud, can wake up in the morning, go to work, come home, so that another person can go. And we are talking about a youth organizer who believes in the 24-hour economy.
Introduce yourself fully for the sake of our viewers.
Definitely. I am the Deputy National Youth Organizer for NDC. In fact, Pablo's deputy.
The full name.
Ruth De La Sedo.
Yes, Ruth. Yes, of course. So let's briefly engage. You're live on GHOne TV. When your name was mentioned, there was some chanting here. Everybody excited here. How important is today for the youth, for your party as well?
Very, very, very important because the president of the country, John Dramani Mahama, has demonstrated that he is intentional about the plight of the youth of this country. For the first time, there is a special ministry designed and designated just to the issues of the youth. The youth ministry is designed to look at the general issues of the youth, both men and women, issues of unemployment. I mean, to me, it's just about how intentional it is that matters to me.
Now, today, the vetting is done. Subsequent to that, tomorrow, we expect his approval on the floor of Parliament. Then he will be sworn in. How critical is it that you and everybody involved gets this right? So at least, because with the creation, as you mentioned, first of its kind, expectations are equally high.
Expectation actually must be high because in the past, as he said, it's been Ministry of Youth and Sports. And when you go into that, you realize that even that focus has always been on sports. Even within sports, focus has always been on football. Even within football, it's always been the Black Stars. So a decision to separate issues that affect the youth out of sports in itself must be applauded by everybody. And to me, when you look at the Youth Manifesto, the programs that we have put together to roll out once this ministry starts functioning, you realize that it will go a long way to avert most of the issues that the youth of this country are facing. Unemployment, the issue of youth engaging in post or before election violence, and all those things. As he said, it is about reorienting the minds of the youth. And there is nothing, and I couldn't have wished for any better response to the questions that was posed to him today.
So finally, so people watching you, the young people watching you, men, women, be dusting their CVs and be getting whatever that qualification they have ready, awaiting the swearing in of this minister?
Yes. Of course, I mean, as you said, expectations are very high. And rightly so. Because should you cast your mind back to the campaign that he led, it was youth-centered campaign. And the youth of this country came out hoping that the promises that have been given them by John Mahama would be implemented for them to be satisfied. So if anyone is dusting his CV in anticipation of employment, I mean, the person has a right to do so. He mentioned the SOEs, as it were, or the state institutions that have been realigned to be under his ministry. He mentioned YEA, he mentioned NEIP, he mentioned NSS, he mentioned MASLOC, and a few of them. I mean, these institutions by themselves have the mandate to create job opportunities. All right. So if he, as youth minister, has been given these institutions to man or manage, I mean, youth of this country hoping to be employed into those state institutions have the right expectation, and I will urge them to actually dust their CVs.
So introduce yourself properly for the sake of viewers.
Well, I'm Koku Abuchi. I'm part of the National Youth Working Committee as a legal rep on it.
All right. Thank you, Council. And so that will be it for today. 5 nominees. Tomorrow, we will tend to attend to the regional ministerial nominees. And so as from tomorrow to Friday, the 10 ministerial nominees made public initially will have their day before this particular committee, Greater Accra, Central Region, Eastern Region, among other individuals. So tomorrow we have 3 of them take their turn, and the others will follow subsequently before the almighty 18 that was just made public yesterday. I'm talking about the ministerial nominees. And so from me, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and the team from Parliament, it's good evening and see you tomorrow.
Right, thank you so much, IB, there giving us what to look forward to tomorrow. And if you've been joining us throughout the day, let me just say a very big thank you to you. And just to be specific, tomorrow we are expecting the Minister Designate for the Northern Region, Ali Addo GHOne, and the Minister Designate for the Oti Region, John Kwejo Japong, and James Gunu, Minister Designate for Volta Region, and finally Minister Designate for the Eastern Region, in the person of Rita Akosia Awate. So you stay with us here on GH1 Television. You know this is the place to be locked onto when it comes to bringing you in-depth analysis as well as coverage of the vetting of ministerial nominees of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Do have a good night.